It's 7:07. Bridget, please.
Mr. Calvo? Absent. Ms. Garcia Roves?
Present.
Ms. Pacheco? Ms. Perez?
Present.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Present.
Mr. Tundidor?
Present.
Mr. Zogby?
Present.
Mr. President, you have enough members to conduct business.
Thank you. Thank you. The invocation led by Bridget Leal.
Lord, we ask for your continued blessing upon our city. We ask that you grant the members of this council wisdom and understanding in every decision they face. Amen.
Please rise. Face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Meeting guidelines.
The following guidelines have been established by the city council. All lobbyists must register with the city clerk. As a courtesy to others, please refrain from using cellular telephones or other similar electronic devices in the council chamber. A maximum of 3 speakers in favor and 3 speakers in opposition will be allowed to address the council on any one item. Each speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. No signs or plaque cards in support of or in opposition to an item or speaker shall be permitted within the council chamber. Any person, whether participating via web platform, telephonic conferencing, or physical presence at City Hall, interested in making comments or posing questions on matters of public concern or on any item on the agenda, may do so during the meeting. Members of the public may address the city council on any item pertaining to city business during the comments and questions portion of the meeting. A member of the public is limited to 1 appearance before the city council, and the speaker's comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The public can view public meetings on the city's YouTube page. Members of the public may hear the meeting live through telephonic conferencing using any telephone or cellular phone service. A smart device or computer are not necessary to participate in the meeting if you join by phone. All persons participating via web platform will be muted during the meeting until called upon to be heard. Participation through Zoom requires a computer or smart mobile device with a microphone and web camera. The participant may elect to participate in the meeting using audio only or appear through both audio and video. The video function of all participants appearing through video will be turned off until called upon to be heard.
Thank you, thank you, Bridget. Let's move over to presentations.
Presentation by Griselda Rabas, Library Administrator, and Teresa Cuba, Library Services Supervisor regarding city libraries.
Thank you. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. It is our pleasure to present this library update to you tonight. For the record, Griselda Rabas, Library Administrator, 190 West 49th Street.
Teresa Cuba, Library Services Supervisor, 190 West 49th Street.
And I guess we're waiting for the slides, if you allow us. A minute.
For the record, Councilmember Calvo is present.
Walk.
We'll do our best to keep it short.
That's you. That would have been a problem in 2020.
Clear out the room.
No tenemos problemas técnicos. Thank you. So as I said, it's our pleasure to be presenting to you. We're gonna try and keep it brief because someone who knew a lot more than we do said that the only thing you actually have to know is the location of the library. And I know, I'm pretty sure that you all know that. So moving on. So let's begin with a little bit of our history because I think that's important. And some of you may not know that the first Hialeah Public Library was established by the Women's Club of Hialeah in 1924. That means it predates the city's incorporation by 1 year. And at that time, the town had a population of about 1,000 people only. So in the Lua Curtis Library was opened in 1958 and the John F. Kennedy Memorial Library in 1965. And then as Hialeah's population continued to grow, 4 small branches or e-libraries were added in strategic city areas to make sure that we serve all of the population. So those are the libraries as you know them today, our main library and 5 branches or e-libraries. Our mission is to provide free and equal access to information resources, services, and spaces that promote lifelong learning and strengthen our community. In support of that mission, the library offers collections, comprehensive collections, services, and programs, and we'll tell you a little bit about those. In the collection, we have over 167,000 physical items, including books, audio, and video, over 330,000 digital items. That includes ebooks, digital audiobooks. We have 58 electronic databases, some of them acquired locally and some of them through a partnership with the State Library. And that includes tutor.com, language learning through Mango Languages, our ebook platforms, ebook and audiobooks platforms, Cloud Library for adults, and we have a couple for kids, Bookflix and Makemake. We also have 54 periodical subscriptions that includes our local newspapers and popular magazines, and we're very proud of our local history collection that includes photographs, documents, newspaper articles, memorabilia, that our staff is digitizing, hopefully to make available online. That's our goal. Our services include okay, we need to go forward one more, please. No, one back. Okay, library services range from the lending of library materials, as you know, traditional items like books, to more recently laptops. We provide reference, research, and homework help, and we do it by phone, in person, by email, and online through the Ask a Librarian service. We provide free access to technology, and that includes computers, laptops, internet, Wi-Fi, and yes, Starbucks is not the only place in Hialeah that offers free Wi-Fi. All the city libraries do. So we also offer wireless printing, meaning you can, if you are having issues at home with your printer, you can send something to print and pick it up at main library. We provide instruction, ESOL classes and computer classes, and a lot more that Terry will talk about. We assist with workforce, career and business development through workshops and also one-on-one instruction at the libraries. We help people to access the government forms and complete applications online. And we also extend our services beyond library walls through our mobile library that reaches senior centers in the city. A couple right now, we're looking at expanding that. And we also do a lot of outreach to schools in the area. Next slide, please. So the number of visitors continues to steadily increase as we gradually recover from the deep decline that we experienced in 2021. So we have seen this year a 30% increase in the total number of visitors that the libraries receive annually. Next one.
Priscilla, I'm sorry, real quick.
Yes.
For those visitors, do we have like additional data that kind of breaks down? I mean, are these unique
Sure,
members
we have all broken down the data. We have door counts at every library facility. So we break it down. I can give you the exact day and facility and how many people came in through the doors.
And I would assume the majority of live in Hialeah, right?
The majority?
Of these visitors?
Leaving Hialeah, the majority, yes, overwhelming majority, but we still get a lot from Miami-Dade County in general, and even sometimes outside the county, yes. So the collection use, the same, it has increased, it continues to increase over the previous years as we move away a little bit more from print materials to electronic resources. And we've also seen a 36% increase with in comparison with the last year. So now Terry will be talking a little bit about our programs.
The Hialeah Public Libraries offers a wide array of free programming for all ages. So we're going to start with the youth services and teen programming. On a monthly basis, we host pre-K story time, bilingual story time, hora de cuento. We have STEAM programming focused on painting workshops, Hialeah Makers, Creadores de Hialeah. The second Saturday of every month is STEM Saturdays, which is a partnership with Florida International University College of Medicine, and it is supported by the Florida Blue Foundation. And also we have Teen Space, which is a program for kids, teenagers to come to interact and get together with kids of their like minds. Throughout the next slide.
How often is the story time, the pre-K story time?
So pre-K story time is the first Saturday of every month.
Thank you.
And then bilingual story time and hora de cuento are also once a month as well.
Okay.
Throughout the year, we host also author presentations, book signings. More recently, we hosted Eric Litwin. He is the original author of Pete the Cat series. And we also have our summer programming. So every year, June, July, and August, the library puts together summer programming that's free to our community. We put out programs such as science or musical storytellers. We invite theater groups. We also invite magicians, and our staff also does different programmings. We also have the community participate in a summer reading challenge. So what happens there is that the community, any age, is able to read during the summer. They bring it back to the library and we provide incentives. This is to continue the motivation to read throughout the summer. In the adult programs, we have programs such as Café Literario, which is a book club and a writer's workshop. They've written 2 books themselves, and we have them hosted at the libraries. We have Tertulia, which is a dedicated Cuban literature and culture about Cuba. We have our library mobile visits to our various senior centers, and we have our ESOL computer classes, our health, financial, and digital workshops. We also host art exhibits and Hialeah history exhibits for the community throughout the year, and we have the author presentations and book signings and film screenings for adults as well. This fiscal year, We had a total of 2,410 programs with a total attendance of 36,030 participants. That's an increase of over 261% from previous fiscal years. The reason behind that is people are losing their fear from the COVID periods and coming out to the libraries. We have also done more outreach to our local schools in the community. We've engaged with our City of Hialeah events and we participate in those. And we have a partnership with Miami-Dade College where we provided the ESOL classes at our facilities. We also attend their events as well.
Teresa, quick question. So these numbers, the 36,000 for 2022, 2023, how does that compare to pre-COVID?
Pre-COVID,
Like 2019, 2018, 2019?
2019, 2018, we don't have the numbers, but I can give you the ones for 2021, 2022. And
No, that's fine.
2020,
That's fine.
not here.
Okay,
Right.
thank
We'd
you.
have to give it back to you at a later date.
Perfect. Thank
And we
you,
can do
Teresa.
that.
Thank you.
Our-
Previous year, for example, we had
9,983 participants in 2021, 2022. So next slide. Our libraries are not just places where you come to check out a book or check out a video. They're places where they're community spaces where people come to interact and connect. We have various places throughout our libraries. We have meeting rooms and reading places. We have computer labs, study rooms. If you're not aware, the JFK Library and a couple of other our branches have study rooms where you can come in and check out that room. It could be either a single person or a group of people to be able to have a quieter area to be able to relax and try to focus on what you need to get done in those areas. We have our children's areas where kids can sit down and do their homework, whether it be at the computer stations or at our tables. And we also have spaces for teens to do the same. We want teens to come to the libraries and we want them to feel welcome. So we've created areas to make them feel welcome, to be able to sit, connect, and relax and have a little fun. Our auditorium is where we host most of our programming. The only time where we don't host programming in the auditorium is during election period because JFK is also an early voting site. Grisel will now discuss the library's capital improvement projects.
So as many of you know, or all of you know, the library received funding, CDBG funding last year for a couple of capital projects, and we're very grateful for that to the grants department and to the city for approving the budget as well. A couple of the projects, one of the projects is completed, which is the replacement of the roof. It was an old damaged roof that needed to be replaced since it had like 20 years already. And that was completed. And as you can look as you can see by the picture, it looks fantastic. We're in the process of renovating the walkway around the building. Which was also a safety hazard, and we got funding to do that. That's in progress right now, and we hope to complete it by early 2024. So another project that is in progress right now is a renovation of the children's bathrooms at main library, which we're doing family bathrooms because those were very outdated as well. And we're renovating a space that used to house a reference collection to make space for the local history room. It's very important for us to preserve those materials that are very valuable and to provide a space for that, for people to come and use and research those materials and have that space available for them. So we're also looking at exterior painting of the main library, and not the murals, but the other areas once the walkway renovation finishes. And system-wide, we're looking at continue to replace all AC units as needed. We have done 3 this year, and we're in the process of replacing the one in the server room at main library. So we plan to continue with the branches as needed. We're planning to change the lighting systems as well to make them more efficient. system-wide, and we're looking at assessing the need for roof repairs in shared facilities. And those are the facilities that we share either with parks or police stations. Yes, thank you again to the grounds department, to the city, and the construction and maintenance department. I can't forget, Jorge. Thanks to them, they're doing a great job, and we're completing these projects. So we're always looking at the future, at expanding and improving our services. And some of the plans we have for that is by extending our operating hours, resuming Friday hours as soon as we're done with the renovations, hopefully early next year. We're also adding the U.S. passport service. This will be a new service at Main Library, and that we think is going to be very popular in the community. The Main Library will become an official U.S. passport acceptance facility. So we're also introducing a new program for kids and families. It's called English for Families, and this is through a grant from from Florida Humanities. And the goal of this program is to ease the transition of new families that are arriving from Cuba or from other places, to ease that transition when the kids go into school and they, become citizens here. So that starts in January as well. We're also planning to expand the mobile library stops and add a couple more senior centers if we can make it to senior centers that do not have a lot of programs going on right now. So we're looking at those that do not have a lot of offers so that we can go there. The mobile library, as Terry was saying, not only takes books and library materials to these centers, but we also provide programs as well. On a monthly basis. We're also evaluating having a library cafe at Main Library, and this was something that the mayor really wants to have, and I also want to have it, and we're all on board. Hopefully we can make that happen. And we're looking at getting a new community engagement platform that will streamline the way the email notices that we send to patrons, registration to our programs. It also provides segmentation and targeted marketing automation. So we're looking forward to that. And finally, none of this will be possible without the dedicated library staff, because as you know, that's the most important asset of any library. And Google can bring you back 100,000 answers, but librarians can bring you back the right one. So we're very grateful to our library volunteers. They provided a huge number of hours helping and supporting the libraries, and also to the Friends of the Hialeah Public Libraries, which that's a nonprofit organization that supports and advocates for the library. We encourage all the residents to please become our friends and help us. So with that, we want to leave you with a couple more quotes because we love quotes. We're librarians. And actually one of them is from Laura Bush, which she's a librarian, if you didn't know. And she said the most valuable thing in her wallet was her library card. I totally agree with that. I'm sure Terry también. So, and the other one was Andrew Carnegie, who's, he was a big supporter and introduced many libraries. And he said a library outranks any other thing a community can do to benefit its people. And we totally support that as well. So with that, any questions you may have? Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Grisel. Just one thing, and I kind of felt like you sped past it, but the collection of historical artifacts and exhibits, I mean, that is really, really impressive. And I really encourage everyone to go out there. And if you want to learn a little more about the city of Hialeah, I think that's a great start. So thank you.
We're having a first meeting tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the library. So looking forward to that. Thank you again.
Thank you.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to double check. We're still closed on Fridays?
We're
Yes.
still closed. After the renovations, we hopefully will be able to reopen and resume hours on Fridays. That has been approved already in the budget. So.
And we have enough staff. I know that we had lost a few kids that went up to UF and to
Mhm.
UCF. So we
Correct.
have enough staff now again at the library, correct?
We have been very lucky that we've been able to, get those positions in the budget. And I, again, thank you for that. Because at this point, we're in a good position to be able to offer that and change our schedules for our staff and be able to resume those hours.
Okay. And then this, I love this expanding and improving services. Are we in charge of all these services? So our staff at the library is going to be doing the US passport services, the English for families. We're not
Well,
subcontracting.
yeah, we have five people that have been trained to do the passport service as a certification that you need to get. And they will be doing it by appointment. We're gonna be
Okay.
doing it by appointment because we do expect that that's gonna be bring a
Yeah.
lot of people in. And then the English for Families, we're hiring a certified teacher that will provide with grant funding that will provide the classes, but it comes already with a everything set up
Curriculum
for
and
them
everything.
and the books and everything that they need.
So it says it begins January 24th. So I'm guessing it's like an 8-week, 9-week course. It's an 8-week
10
course.
weeks.
Okay.
10 weeks.
All right. That's fantastic.
Right.
And then how are we doing with the mobile library? Is that the one that also we have like the hotspots that we pass out through the mobile library as well?
The mobile library basically is taking books to the senior centers that do not have a lot of programming, and we also provide programs. We try to rotate. For example, we do leadership programs where they have like a book club, because it's on a monthly basis. And then in another location, we may have the memory, we call it the memory cafe, where we try to bring a subject, something that they may be interested in. Let's talk about movies and what movies you used to watch when you were younger, and they talk about that, and we bring information about that. And the other thing, remind me, Terry, what's the third one? And then the digital literacy that they also love at some locations that they want to, they're not able to come to our regular classes in any of the branches, so we take the instruction to them.
I know that a lot of this, we have received like that mobile library and the hotspots because of, your effort in writing grants and looking for grants. And so thank you for that. I know that you guys work so hard in our libraries and we appreciate you guys.
It's a team
So-
effort, and we're very appreciative of your
Thank you.
support, all of you
Thank
too.
Thank you. Thank you, Grisel. Thank you, Terry. All right, so moving on to comments and questions. Is there anyone on? Okay. Do we have anyone online by any chance?
This on?
Nobody online.
There you go.
Good evening. My name is Elisa Ace. I live in 12350 Southwest 97 Terrace. Justa Ace is my mom. She has lived at 788 Southeast Park Drive, Hialeah since 1972. I lived in this home growing up when we arrived from Cuba. My mom watched and cared for my kids for many days at this home. My mom would like you to play the video that my brother emailed the city clerk yesterday. The video is 3 minutes and 15 seconds. I'm asking Consul Tondidor to play the extra 50 second if it's okay with you, Mr.
To play the
Tondidor.
extra what?
50 seconds, 15 seconds.
15 seconds? It's 3 minutes. You said 3 minutes and 15 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah, we'll play it.
Yeah.
That's fine. Will you use that as your time, ma'am, as well, or?
Well, no, that's her time and then my
And
time
then your
is
time, okay,
different.
okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's going, do we have anyone else that wants to speak? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go next after the video is gonna like this, kind of like display for our presentation. I asked the city clerk yesterday to check. I asked before the meeting, Bridget, to please check the queue. Last time we showed a video, it showed very low. So, okay.
Where are we? Okay.
Share with you a modern day David and Goliath story unfolding in the heart of Southeast Hialeah. Goliath, in this case, is the corporate giant CBS Navarro, a 100% American-owned and operated company hailing from Rhode Island. Yet, they've adopted a disguise in the form of Navarro to present themselves as Hispanic, when really, their actions show the opposite. The battleground, Three Friends Park. The attorney representing this project described this park in legal meetings and legal documents as abandoned, blocked, and unused. In the September 12th Hialeah City Council meeting, Attorney Phoenix Lizardi boldly declared,
this area, has a lot of history. Really, what's the use that's there right now is, it's unsightly, not well kept.
But let's rewind to the planning and zoning meeting of August 23rd, where attorney Felix Lizardi claimed
We're going to improve the Three Friends Park, which is there, which is really a vacant lot. It's not even being used as a park, it's actually a lot.
this was a lie. The fact is, his idea of improving the park involves tearing down Three Friends Park to use as a parking lot and swapping the house at 812 Southeast 12th Place to build a dog park. This is what they consider an improvement. What a slap in the face to our residents. We may seem like the underdog, but here's the twist. We have the law, the truth, and the media on our side.
Así es, buenas tardes, exactamente por esta razón son decenas de residentes de aquí, de esta comunidad de Cañería, que planifican por estar esta noche en la alcaldía de la ciudad. Algunos vecinos dicen que este es de los escasos espacios verdes que le quedan aquí cerca de sus casas.
Brace yourselves for future events that will clear up all of these lies. Then the Hialeah City Council will be able to make good decisions based on the truth. The city planner has been leading our city council with untruths to make bad decisions on false premises. Watch as Mrs. Casal Munoz is asked if the park was abandoned.
Witness Casamia, did you part of the amendment?
I specifically asked when we declared out a park in the last meeting that we had, because I didn't know that that was a park. I thought it was vacant land that was donated to the city. I did not see it ever in the parks. But I found out it was a park because you brought it up to me, and I've always been very friendly to the parks in the city of Hialeah. So I didn't know that was a park, to be honest with you, Pepper. I really didn't know that that was a park.
The false statements spread by the city planner and the attorney representing CVS Navarro will be exposed, and the community will reclaim Three Friends Park. Not one time has CVS Navarro reached out to our community. This big corporation continues to hardball us and push their agendas down our throat. This is a fight for justice, transparency, and the soul of our community. I want to share with you a modern day.
All right.
Okay, now it's my 3 minutes.
For the 3 minutes.
My brother Jose Arce will be filing a motion for a preliminary injunction. We will ask a judge to look into the untrue facts, documents, and motions that are associated with CVS acquiring Three Friends Park. We will be asking the courts to return Three Friends Park back to its owner, the residents who have been paying taxes since 1925, and for future generations. We have many facts that favor our residents. The park was never abandoned. Our city needed to label it abandoned so Mayor Bobo could swap it for a single-family home. Our city, or CVS Navarro, or their representative, had yet to conduct one public meeting with its residents. In public meetings that our neighbors was not informed properly would take place. Our city planners and CVS Navarro claimed this will be an improvement to the area. Improvement they knew was a lie, so they tried to keep this project with as little attention as possible. The Miami-Dade Ethics and Trust Department conducted investigation for complaints filed by Jose Arce and found that our city is lacking in its public information and needs to improve to include providing information in Spanish and using layman's language. This was the directions given to City Attorney Alex, who was representing Deborah Storch at the hearing. Deborah Storch refused to speak at this hearing. The city planner has been dishonest. In her planner's recommendation, Mrs. Storch portrayed the park as a rundown by showing poor pictures and an inaccurate, incomplete evaluation. She valued Three Friends Park as abandoned property. Mrs. Storch went along with CVS Navarro representing attorney Felix Lizardi when the Lizardi law firm stated under oath in public meeting and legal papers that Three Friends Park was locked, in bad condition, and not used by the public, along with other false statements. Attorney Felix Lizardi will have his turn with the Florida Bar to defend his perjury. Hialeah City Attorney Lorean Bravo hired Atlantic Blue Consulting to evaluate Three Friends Park as a single-family home with a value of $770,000. This report was full of errors and intentional misrepresentations. The city of Hialeah refused to give my brother all the public record he has requested to help us seek good legal counsel. We have not received public record requested since September 14. Hialeah has refused to give my brother Jose Arce the complete public records. Yet in an interview with Univision, Deborah Starch gave interviewer Maria Sosa pictures and diagrams never presented to us. Three Friends Park appears on our city budget as a park. It appears on Google Maps as Three Friends Park. The park appears on city inventory as a park. Yet
Ms. Ozzie, thank you so much. We have a lot of people here. Can you just repeat again your name and your name and
Elisa
address
Arce,
and the address?
12350 Southwest 97 Terrace.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Jose Alzi, 788 Southeast Park Drive. I'm gonna stop. This is very sad, Council President. I thought you were gonna like be more honest, be more transparent. You couldn't give it 15 more minutes. You gave Lazardi hours to give his presentation, was full of lies. I want to thank Angelica Pacheco for coming out to the park. Have any of you others gone to the park? Anybody visited the park? Have you? Raise a hand. Nobody. Have you visited the park? Anybody?
Go ahead, Mr. Ozzie. Part of the 3 minutes.
You know why? Because you guys know, especially, I don't know, Mr. Raphael, you might want to talk to Monica. She signed the paper. They gave the papers out. So you guys are all being innocent. You couldn't give her 15 more seconds. That's pathetic. You gave Felix Lazardi hours and hours. You give developers hours. Okay, I want to show some pictures. Can you show the pictures? This is like terrible. You're following along with, you know what? Let me, can you show the pictures?
Mr. Ozzie, on the email that you sent, all we have is the video that you submitted.
No, I sent video, I sent pictures. I gave a copy to Raphael. I gave you a copy, Mr. Tunador. Bridget, I gave you copies of the pictures and I have the email here. I'll prove it. Can you stop my time? I will prove it. Don't play these games. The last time you played the video very low.
So try to send the photos and we'll see who else has any public comments while we wait. Okay? Try to
So
send the photos now.
can I finish my comment? Then I'll show the pictures and I could, because this is all planned. You did it last time. You showed 1 minute video very low. You didn't want to show this video.
Mr. Ozzie,
You come on, give me a break.
Mr.
You let the
Mr. Ozzie,
developer speak for
Mr.
hours and
Ozzie,
hours.
Please
Okay.
compose yourself. What we did was we gave your sister an additional 15 seconds to play the video, right? Because it was 3 minutes and she says, can I go over? And we did that. All right. We're trying to keep it at 3 minutes per person. We have a long agenda.
So you want me to believe you?
and
You
we
gave
have folks.
Felix Lazardi hours and hours, and you want me to believe you couldn't
It
give her
was-
15
it-
seconds?
okay,
You've
Mr.
never
Mr.
visited the
Mr.
park?
Ozzie, Mr.
You've gone
Ozzie,
videos?
Mr. Ozzie, please. It's part of the process where he comes and he presents the item and we all debate it. That's what we did at that moment. So either you
You
send
didn't
the
debate,
photos
you
now,
agreed. You
either you
agreed.
send the photos now and we'll wait for you while other folks speak or we have to
Okay,
move on.
I want to, also keep this in track. You have all received videos of that park. It hasn't been abandoned. You guys have all received many emails. I can't believe you're putting this trick on me. Mr. City Attorney, you received copy of those pictures? Jesus, you received copy of those pictures? Ms. Leal received pictures? So to
Mi-
pull this off on me
Mr.
now,
Ozzie,
come
She
on.
doesn't have the picture she's showing me now. Okay, if you want to send it to us again and we can touch base tomorrow,
And
that's
I'm gonna,
fine. But we
no,
have
no,
to-
no, I want
but
to,
we
I
to-
have my presentation.
Okay,
I want to
well,
finish.
You have 3 minutes
Yeah,
right now.
okay, so I'm starting 3 minutes now. You've interrupted me a lot. You mean,
Mr. Ozzie, we're gonna give you what's left there. All right, go ahead. Run that. Go ahead.
how much is left there?
2 minutes and 24 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see you following, okay, one of the pictures was Deborah Storch with Alex. Alex, can you come up here? Has he ever told you what the ethics department, has he ever told you anything what the ethics department told you? It's all been kept secret. Deborah Storch showed pictures to the Telemundo that weren't shown to us. That's okay with you too, right? There was diagrams. I think so, this whole trick. So you guys haven't even visited Three Friends Park once. You voted. Have you visited, Mr.
Yes,
Tunador?
Yes.
So, Mr. Bobo, you got anything to say to this? I mean, the Miami Herald, the Univision wanted to talk to you. What do? You send the city planner to give lies.
Pepper, I'm not gonna entertain your game. You could go again to the Ethics Commission that you do frequently. I know you're a frequent flyer there. They throw out every allegations that you've made.
They
okay?
didn't throw out. Don't
I
lie. You
know-
send an
I know
attorney.
that
Don't
you-
lie. Don't lie. They didn't throw it out.
I know-
Do not
I
lie.
know you
It's on
wanna-
record. It's on. Don't lie. It's on public
Mr.
record.
Ozzie,
Okay, can you bring up
Okay.
Alex? Can you bring up Alex?
Ozzie,
Don't lie.
the
You're
ethics-
liar.
the
You're
ethics-
lying. You're
the
lying
Ethics
just like you
Commission
lied the whole
doesn't pay
thing.
attention
You're
to the
lying.
good- You're the liar.
Right, yeah,
You're the
yeah.
liar.
That's why you didn't talk
You're
to
the
reporters.
liar.
That's why you don't talk to
Okay?
reporters. You
No,
don't
that-
talk to
All right,
reporters.
all right, guys. All right. That's it. So
Maintain decorum.
How
you
much
have a-
time
you
do I
have a-
have?
You have a minute left. Come on.
All right, he said he's such an honest person. He won't talk to El Nuevo Herald. He won't talk to Univision. He won't talk to Telemundo. That's how honest you are, right?
We
Yeah,
have to
you leave
maintain
like a
decorum. We have to
girl. You-
maintain
All right,
Ozzy.
Ozzy. All right. That's
We have to
enough.
maintain
That's enough.
decorum.
We're
Okay,
done.
I
We're
got
done.
30
We're
seconds.
done.
No,
Ozzy,
no,
we're done.
I'm not
We're
done.
done.
I'm
Is there
not
anyone
done.
else that'd like to speak?
No, I have my 30 seconds. You can't make me leave.
Is there, you're
No,
being
no, you've
argumentative,
interrupted me.
Mr.
You
Ozzy.
too. You've
No,
interrupted
that's,
me.
Mr.
You
Ozzy.
follow. I know you
Mr.
want to be
Ozzy.
the next mayor. You're getting a lot of
Mr.
money from
Ozzy, what is
developers.
wrong?
No,
What is wrong with you?
don't interrupt me. Do
No,
not
no,
interrupt me.
but you
I have-
can't be acting that way. You can't be acting that way.
You
We're
can't
asking,
interrupt
we're
me.
asking you, please.
Okay, I
for
want my 3
decorum, and
minutes
we're actually-
uninterrupted.
Go ahead. You have 40 seconds left. Go ahead.
All right. So we have the records on our side, we have the law on our side, we have the pictures on our side. For the mayor to come up and say that I'm lying when he refuses to talk to a Nuevo Herald, Telemundo, Univision, you guys were all invited to the picnic. We've had several picnics there. None of you chose to go because, and I hope the city attorney talks, Monica, you signed that paper that gave the park over illegally to CVS. CVS has a big PR thing on the thing. I know you got a lot of money from the developers for one of the pictures I wanted to show with Pacific Holding, the property right across the park. They're asking for 20 parking. We don't even have parking. We don't have anything. They haven't even reached either. So
Thank you,
all the
Mr.
money
Ozzy.
you're gonna get, Councilwoman Alex,
Thank you.
Angelica
Thank you,
Pacheco is
Mr.
proof that
Ozzy.
the
Thank you,
residents
Mr.
are very
Ozzy.
upset at you
Mr.
guys,
Ozzy,
and you guys
thank you
gotta
so
wake up,
much.
smell the
Okay,
coffee.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we have anyone else? Go ahead.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Néctor Proveyer,
Hector Poirier,
1155 West,
1155 West,
77 Street,
77th Street,
apartamento 303C,
apartment 303C,
33014, Hialeah,
33014,
Florida.
Hialeah, Florida.
Tengo dos pequeños puntos.
I have 2 points.
El primero referido a la policía de la ciudad.
The
En
first
esta
one,
ciudad
the first point is reference to the city
está
of Hialeah.
operando una organización criminal
They have been penalizing
que se
a
está dedicando a pasar por empleados del gobierno.
that they have been falsifying their
Dicen que van a entregar teléfonos y tablets gratis
that they are saying that they're gonna give away
Toman
phones and tablets
a
for free.
aquellas personas que tienen cupones de alimento,
Persons that have coupons for
toman los datos
they have the data
y al final le dicen que no califican o dan teléfonos que no funcionan.
or they
que
tell
no
them that they
sirven.
don't qualify and
Yo
they
he
give
sido
them phones
víctima
and
de
they do not
esto.
work.
Hice una denuncia ante la policía por la gravedad del
I
caso
gave a lawsuit to the police department
hace
regarding
un mes,
around
poco
a
más
month
que me ha
ago,
pasado eso y no me han contactado.
and
Creo
nobody has contacted me.
que la gravedad de esto excede incluso a la
The
policía
importance
local
of this
e
exceeds
incluye a unidades federales, porque ya no solo ellos se ponen en los portales de los supermercados, especialmente en Sedano, pero ya están
Although-
yendo a los edificios a tocar la puerta y a ofrecer estos servicios. Es importante que se tome nota de esto.
it's important that we take note.
Ese es el primer punto que tenía.
That was the first point I had.
El segundo punto, hace días atrás en la
The
televisión,
second point is a few days back,
se le hizo una entrevista a un comisionado de la
There-
ciudad de Miami
there was an interview done to a commissioner for the
que,
city of
que no
Miami
podía pagar una multa que él tenía
that could not pay a fine that he had
federal
federal
porque le embargaban el 25% de su salario.
because
Él
they would
alegaba
remove
que era un
25% of his
pobre
salary.
hombre. Digo yo,
Poor
si
man.
él no puede pagar eso, que es una persona pudiente, ¿cómo yo puedo
If
pagar
he
la
can't pay
renta?
that, how can I
Que
pay the
soy
rent?
un trabajador que gano el mínimo del salario del Estado.
How can I pay the rent if I
$12
I make the minimum of the salary at $12
Y las rentas siguen subiendo.
and the rent keeps
Hace
increasing?
poco la ciudad fue anfitriona de un meeting de el expresidente Donald Trump. Cuantiosos recursos
¿Lo puedes repetir? Perdón.
que hace poco la ciudad fue anfitriona de un meeting político
Not too long ago, the city attended a rally
del
Political.
expresidente Donald Trump.
of ex-president Donald Trump
Eso requirió grandes inversiones en logística,
that required
organización
inversions.
y esto.
Ahí estamos, ya estamos listos ya. Muchas gracias, señor proveedor.
Bueno,
Gracias,
lo único que quiero decir nada más una sola cosa.
I only want to
Si
say
no
one thing.
paramos el alza de la renta,
If we do not stop the rent increase,
bienvenidos al ejército de desamparados. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening, Juan Santana, 5601 West 10th Avenue. Basically, Mayor, congratulations, you know, you're doing a great job. I saw Palm Avenue getting cleaned by pressure clean and everything. I was amazed. I had a smile that day. Everybody's like, what you smiling about? I said, they finally pressure cleaning the streets. You know, hopefully we could do that not only on Palm Avenue, hopefully or Donald Trump Avenue. Hopefully we could do that all over the city. Another thing I wanted to bring some attention. I know I've talked to several of you guys regarding the organization that I'm also helping, Spas para Corazón, which is a ministry here in the city of Hialeah that feeds over 8,000 families a month. Monica Perez, I know you've been there, Councilwoman, and I've invited several of you guys to go. I don't know if you go or not, but basically I'm a coordinator there. I've been a coordinator there for several years. There's a couple code violations. Mayor, again, thank you for your staff, your chief of staff. They, you know, everybody's super professional. Mark, everybody's always helpful. We have come to the conclusion that there's only 3 code violations at this location. 3. One is a stage that's already being moved, a partition wall, and we put a deep freezer outside. That way we're able to pass out milk, eggs, orange juice, and meats to the community that's needed the most here in Hialeah. And basically, you know, for some reason, Mayor, the electrical department guy, Miguel, said that he's not going to give us the permit to work on this issue. I'm putting it on the record today that I am trying to comply with these code violations. But again, if I'm not getting the permit to fix this issue, how am I going to comply if there's only 3 code issues? You know, you know, again, I can't meet with your building director. He's super busy. And again, we still don't have a code compliance director, so I can't meet with that person, whoever that person hopefully in the future is. And I know you say you take it into consideration, and I know it's been several months. And again, I've called your office. I've left messages. I've left messages with several of you guys. Hopefully we can have an open discussion about this. And all I'm trying to do is to keep this place open. Also, I'm already getting rumors that the city's attacking churches throughout the city, and I will be getting down to the bottom of this. You know what I mean? And it don't look good. It does not look good. You know, but I just really want to get this fixed. You know, and for again, you're the administrator and you're the mayor, okay? And for again, I understand everybody's busy, but for me to not get a call back and I'm trying to fix these issues, right? That kind of becomes I said it, you can ask Mark. I said, look, I am not here to make you look bad, but this is making you look bad. You get me? And I want some accountability from everybody that's sitting up here as well. You know, that's basically what I'm asking for. You know, and that's not a lot. You know, I got other things I'm dealing with. I got other problems I'm dealing with. You get me? But at the end of the day, Mayor, we need to get this fixed.
All right.
And the director of building is in charge of electrical.
Mr.
I had to
Santana.
find that out the correct way. Sir, you said, can I have an extension of time or no?
15 seconds.
15
Go ahead.
seconds. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So Mayor, again, how can we fix this, Mayor? You get me? I've tried to meet with your staff. I said, look, I understand it's Christmas. It gets crazy right now, but I'm on a time crunch. I only have 8 months to fix this issue, right? And we're already down 2. You get me? So I'm running against the clock every single day to make sure that this is complied. So how can we fix this, man?
All right, Mr. Santana, I'll call you personally tomorrow. I don't know anything about the situation. You briefed me outside. I'll call you tomorrow. Please, we need to move forward
I
with
talked
this.
to your assistant.
I know, and she didn't talk to me.
Okay, I know, I understand you're busy. You're a family man and you work full time. I got that. But again, the mayor is supposed to be a full-time mayor.
Understood.
Here, working here in the city,
Mr.
right?
Santana,
And back then
please,
you
Mr.
said,
Santana, Mr.
and back
Santana, I
then
know
you
we're
said
done.
with the rest of these councilmen that were
Mr.
here,
Santana,
that we were gonna bring an ordinance
Mr.
for that. That
Santana,
hasn't been
we're gonna
done.
Go ahead.
But don't
and
worry
move
about it,
forward,
Lord.
Mr.
Thank you.
Santana. Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Anyone else?
Elias Montes de Oca, 684 West 63rd Drive, Hialeah, Florida, 33012. Nice to see everyone today. Happy Christmas season, happy Hanukkah season, and I hope you guys are enjoying the last council meeting of the year. I hope you guys have some vacation to go to and that you guys spend a good time with your families. I did want to touch note on what, yes.
You're an employee of the city, aren't you?
Yes, does that bar me from
No,
speaking?
no, it
at the
doesn't
public
bar you. I
meeting?
just want to make clear, you're an employee of the city?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, I do want to say that I'm
I
speaking
think
on my
technically
personal
he's a
capacity.
contractor. Yeah, I don't think he's an employee. We
I
contract
am
them out.
contracted through a third-party company that you guys choose to contract for administrative services.
Okay, you could just go ahead.
Thank you. It's well, Juan Santana, it's not really to support him as an individual. It's just because I personally know the church that he's talking about. That's on 26th Street West and 8th Avenue. Well, you have to go in, it's 6th Avenue, but it's right there. My dad actually works at that same block. And I know that the bureaucracy of the city made him take over a year to open up that business. And why am I saying all of this, right? Because you guys are the elected officials or the appointed officials of the city. So it's important for you guys to get this type of feedback, and the type of feedback that Juan Santana is trying to say, because this church has been there for 26 years. This is an area with a high level of homelessness. And it's a really important mission that they've done. I personally have given goods to the drive. I've made sure to bring milk. I've brought sodas. I brought water. I've brought mayonnaise so we can make salads. We've done our part, and we've made sure that the people of Hialeah are being fed. If you guys do pass by that warehouse area, there's a lot of homeless there. Might be from Hialeah, might be transiting through the metro, because a lot of them stay next to the metro. But it's really important that we support. You know, I know that Bovo supports. I know you made a department of, I think it's clerical or ecclesiastical services, a nonprofit or some commission to maneuver that. So I appreciate that support. I know the pastors personally have grown up in their churches, part of their associations. And I think it's important that we continue that pattern and we continue that trend to support local churches. I also think you guys, you know, should make a resolution to look into the homelessness crisis. I know we're talking about affordable housing commissions and affordable housing task forces, but we need to make sure that the people that already don't have the affordable housing that need some are getting the attention that they need. So the church is doing it. You guys don't have to subsidize it. You guys don't have to do anything. You just have to support local churches that are doing the good work. I know that there are many companies in that same block that are struggling to meet ends financially. And when you have a church that's there to service a local community that's been doing it since 26 years, I think it's important that we cooperate. You don't have to take food, you don't have to take soda, but you can comply with, you know, the efforts of the coordinator of that project and do what you can to make sure that he sees that through. So thank you for saying to the Lord President that you're going to reach out to him. I hope that this does come to pass, and I hope that all of you can come together to put more long-term solutions than just a church out of the goodness of their heart and out of their call to God to give out that food. So please, thank you so much, and please consider this pastor that's been here for almost 3 decades. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'd like to first of all say my name and address. My name is Christopher Mongsong. I live at 7540 West 20th Avenue, Hialeah, Florida, zip code 33016. And well, I'd like to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas. You know, the other day driving down Lejeune, I saw the lights, I saw the sign, Season's Greetings, and I loved it. You know, Season's Greetings just feels better than Happy Holidays because you see that everywhere. Meanwhile, here in Hialeah, my home, I see Season's Greetings. I see the embrace of, Hanukkah, of Christmas, and our support for the great state of Israel. And I just feel like this is such a great place. And well, while I see these great things, we're making mistakes in other areas. And I think that the trade-off with that historic park, which everybody calls the dog park because a lot of people in that area walk their dogs there and enjoy that park, I feel that losing that is a mistake, and I hope that it is reconsidered. I doubt it will be, but I think that we need to focus on green spaces for our city in the future. We need to focus on beautifying our city in the future. We have too much concrete and stucco as it is. We need trees. We need green spaces for people's health, for our well-being, and I hope that these things are taken into consideration. You know, another thing is the language that was placed in this notice here is very arbitrary language, very hard to understand for the, you know, typical individual. We needed more transparency as well when it comes to these things, because our residents need to know what's happening in their community. And when it comes to parks, when it comes to things that affect people in their areas, they deserve to know completely what's going on. And, you know, I really wish that this wasn't happening. I really wish this historic park was preserved. I thank the council members that have actually gone out there to see this place for themselves. And it's truly a shame we're losing it. That's all I have to say to that. But other than that, Mr. Mayor, you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you again for standing up against political correctness with Trump Avenue. Thank you again for, you know, reinforcing our police, our fire department, and augmenting our infrastructure. You're doing everything you can, but please continue to do better long term. And I appreciate all your efforts otherwise. And again, Merry Christmas to all, and thank each and every one of you for everything you do. Have a great night.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
On that topic, to the city attorney, if I may. Let's just say we wanted to reconsider it. What would be the options that we would have at our disposal?
Let's just say you wanted to do what, please repeat
To
that?
reconsider the whole issue with the park, would we bring that back as an ordinance, or what could we do?
You would have to move for reconsideration of the item. It would require a repeal of the item, a rescission of the item. And I would have to tell you that the developer might, I'm not speaking for the developer, but just simply mentioning it as an actuality, that the developer might claim some quote unquote private property rights. And I'm sure you as an attorney know what I'm talking about under Florida law.
So the motion to reconsider, can that be, is there a time limit to that, or can that be at any point?
The motion to reconsider is normally made at the meeting where the action is taken or the next meeting thereafter. I don't know that the city, that's just general procedure. I don't know that the city itself has that restriction, but with matters that involve real estate, it's also what, again, when a court reviews it, what they take into consideration whether anyone has quote unquote changed their position or detrimentally relied.
And in your opinion, is there some sort of hybrid scenario where you could maybe pause and to evaluate further? In essence, not necessarily a total reconsideration, but something like a pause of sorts.
That does not really, offhand, I'm not familiar with that halfway house, but I would tell you that again, not speaking for the developer, but just simple general legal concepts. If anything was to be considered, I believe that just due process requires that you notify the parties. You just can't, that's a due process requirement.
Because I know it's probably all offhand, but can we get your office to look into this and maybe give us some sort of formal work product on what our options could be to consider this?
To reconsider the item?
Yeah, whether it's reconsidering, whether it's pause, whether, if we can't do anything, right? I mean, what do you think?
We'll contact you to help formulate a legal services request on the item, so we can know exactly what it is you're asking to be certain. Okay?
Thank you, Deborah.
If that's your request.
Yes, if you allow me, I want to make a clarification.
Sure.
This park is not
Just name
going to.
and address.
Yeah, my
Name
name is
and address,
Deborah
title.
Storch. I'm the Planning and Zoning Director. This park will not disappear. The Three Friends Park, as it is now, it has 18,744 square feet. The Navarro project, the swap of land that was made with them, we gave them a parcel that is only a portion of the park, that is 17% of the park, and that has 3,222 square feet. And the property that we got from them has 5,810 square feet. So this means that the net gain for the city is 2,588 square feet, and the park that is now 18,744 square feet will be 21,362 square feet, plus a residual area that is not counted there, that is now a landscape area, that will be made also part of the park. So what is the issue here about not having Three Friends Park? Three Friends Park will be there, will be bigger, and will be better. So I really don't understand what is this whole issue.
The house there, I honestly don't know, but the house there, is the city taking care of the demolition and turfing it up, or?
The
that
developer is the one that will demolish the house, and the Parks Department is working on a design to redesign the park and to make a dogs park.
But would the city be paying for the actual dog park, or the developer?
The developer made a contribution of around $120,000, or at least proffered it. I don't know if he already made it or not.
Mhm.
And with that money, the city will do the design and will improve the park.
And what's the timetable?
What's the timetable?
Name and address, please.
Good evening, council and mayor. We're still in the design. We haven't selected a design firm yet. So
Name and address. with-
I'm sorry.
Title.
900 East 56th Street, Hialeah, Florida.
And what's your name?
William Sanchez, Parks Director. I apologize. So we haven't decided, we haven't selected a design firm yet to design the park. But the park is going to remain. The park is not going anywhere. It's actually, like Deborah says, it's going to be bigger and better. We're excited. We have a big commitment here, not just to improve our parks, but to expand the green spaces. And that's where we're at. We won't have a design yet, but we're working towards it.
Perfect.
And
Go ahead, sir. Yeah.
Also, in regards of the communication, we heard you. The last notice that was sent in English and Spanish. Not only that, but the other signs have now a QR code. So through that QR code, you can have all the translation in Spanish,
Thank you.
and the notices have a QR code where you can go to a planning and zoning manual that is in English and in Spanish, and explains all language that can look technical to some, and explains in a layperson language what each of the processes entail.
Gotcha.
In the large tree, you want to mention the large tree?
The tree.
Well, and the tree, the large tree, the banyan tree that is there, that almost it is an invasive species, it will stay there. It's part of the 83% of the park area that will remain as park.
Thank you, Deborah.
So-
Councilman.
Through the chair, so just my understanding, we're getting a new park. The most important, the cancer of the hotel. Chief, what's the hotel that we're gonna get rid of with this deal? The Palacio? The disgusting
All right,
hotel. with-
yeah, if you're gonna address the council, please just come forward, state
Palacio
your name.
Hotel.
Sorry, chief.
And,
So we're getting rid of the hotel. We're getting rid of all that crime in the area, all that trash there, the eyesore when you come into the city, right?
There is also an automotive use there,
Uh-huh.
and they use that street there to park their cars, the cars that they are servicing. So we will get rid of that business and of the motel.
So big picture, we're thinking actually the residents are gonna win. We're gonna gain a park. We're gonna keep the tree. We're gonna lose the hotel, the crime, all the sex trafficking going on in that area for years. I know you had, Jesus, you had that one time. So I think it's a win-win, but my opinion. That's it.
And also for the records, I didn't provide any sketch to Univision. I think that was that interview. They prepared a sketch themselves based on surveys that are part of the public records and that Mr. Asser received too.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Through the chair, I
Yes,
have
ma'am.
a question. What is the difference in square feet that the residents of Hialeah will have? The size of the park that they have now versus the size that they're going to have with the new park?
The park now has 18,744 square feet, and the park will then have 21,362 square feet.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else?
I send the pictures for the fourth time. I'm ready for the pictures.
Mr. Ozzy, we're done.
No, we're not.
Yeah,
I have my
we're-
First
we're
Amendment
done,
right. No,
Mr.
we're
Ozzy.
not. You're
With the
wrong.
way that
I have
you've
my
been-
First
with the-
Amendment right.
With the way
I
that you've
claim
been, and
my
we
First
gave you, and we
Amendment
gave you your
right.
3 minutes, and
I
we gave you
claim
more than
my
that.
First
Mr.
Amendment
Ozzy,
right.
we are done.
You're wrong.
We are done, Mr.
we're not.
Ozzy.
You gotta show the pictures. She's
We
lying
are
again.
done. We will
No.
show them.
We don't have
show
pictures
them,
of
and
the
we'll
park. We
distribute
don't give
to
me public
everyone on this
records.
council.
She's
But
not.
the way that
I
you've been
wanna show the
behaving here,
pictures.
no, Mr. Ozzy, right now, we can't. Please.
You're wrong.
Mr. Ozzy, thank
I
you.
have my First Amendment
Mr.
right.
Ozzy, and we heard you. And
No,
we have,
I
and we
have my
have
First
rules and
Amendment
we have
right. I
protocol.
send you all my copies of the pictures by email. You got copies? Back up.
Mr. Ozzie, thank you.
I'm not done.
Mr.
I have my
Ozzie,
First
we're-
Amendment rights.
Mr. Ozzie,
You're
we are
doing this
done.
on purpose. She did that on purpose. She's lying again. I want the pictures, 4 pictures.
She did not receive.
4
We're
pictures.
not
I
gonna
want
do
them
this,
all.
Mr. Ozzie. We're
Okay?
done already.
We're not
We're
done.
done.
We're not done.
Anyone else would like to speak?
You're wrong. I have my First Amendment rights.
The
No,
what?
forget. Back up. Go on.
We're done. Mr. Santana. Anyone else wants to speak?
No, we're not done. I'm not
If
leaving.
we're not, we're moving
I'm
forward then.
claiming my First Amendment rights.
If we're not, we're moving forward then. Is there anyone online?
I'm claiming my First Amendment rights.
Come here.
You've received the pictures 4 times. You got warning about the pictures.
Is there anyone else
Mr.
online?
Tunador, I'm claiming my First
Nobody's
Amendment
online,
rights.
sir.
And we heard you,
Mr.
Mr.
Tunador,
Ozzie, and
no,
and
no.
we gave you.
No,
we gave
this
you
is
the
all
time that we
planned. You
gave
didn't want to
everyone
show the
else.
pictures. You had her
Mr.
come up.
Ozzie,
She lied again.
Mr. Ozzie,
She
then
lied
we can
again.
review this
No,
tomorrow. You could
I
come by
want the
tomorrow.
pictures. I
No,
want the
you're not,
pictures.
we're not gonna do this.
We are
Are
gonna
you
do
gonna,
this.
are you gonna speak, sir?
You're council president. You're not king.
Sir, we need
Mr.
some
Tunador,
here
you're not king. You're
to be able to
council
move to the
president. You
side.
got laws. You
Exactly,
follow
and I'm
First
trying to
Amendment
conduct the
laws.
meeting, Mr. Ozzie. That's my
No.
job. I'm trying to conduct this meeting.
Yeah, but
Council
show the
President, if
pictures.
I may,
No,
yeah, we're asking about, there is no
Look, see
heckling
how you
and
do this? They
speaking
do this
from
in
the
Cuba.
audience.
They do this
Hang
in
on.
Cuba.
Okay.
Hang on a
Look,
moment.
you're not, this is not Cuba. I'm not leaving.
Decorum.
I got my First
just
Amendment
wanna
rights.
read out.
1 second.
Decorum. If a member of the
I'm not
audience or
leaving.
speaker becomes unruly or disruptive, the council president or presiding officer has a right to require the person to leave the council chamber and may ask the police chief or other police officer to escort the person from the council
Just like
chamber.
they do in Cuba.
If a crowd of people becomes unruly or disruptive, the council president or presiding officer may recess or adjourn the meeting.
All right.
Good,
Mr.
good.
Ozzie,
I'm
we're
not leaving.
asking, please.
I
We
have
could-
my
we could
First
see you
Amendment rights.
tomorrow. We've given you your
No,
time.
no.
You're
I have my
preventing
First
someone else
Amendment
from
right.
speaking.
You did this on purpose.
Mr. Ozzie, no
You
one
received the
did this
pictures
on-
yesterday. You received them this morning. You received them again. I did what you told me.
Mr. Ozzie.
They do this in Cuba. You know
Mr.
that,
Ozzie,
right?
but what?
They do
doing
this in
what?
Cuba. Hey, Juan,
We're
take a
trying to
picture of this.
conduct the meeting here,
No.
Mr. Ozzie.
No,
We've given you your time.
no,
We
you're
can
not
see you
following the law.
tomorrow.
I
You
have
can
my,
come to
no.
our office
You're
tomorrow.
not following the law.
Mr.
The law
Ozzie.
states I have the right. No, I'm
Jose,
not leaving. I'm not
Jose,
leaving.
Jose,
I'm not
Mr.
leaving. I'm not
Ozzie,
leaving.
you want us to see the pictures, right?
Yes,
That's
yes,
what you want.
sir.
We have the pictures.
No,
They're gonna
no,
forward it to our
because she
email.
lied again. The council
Okay, but we're
president,
gonna get the pictures. We're gonna get the
No, I'm not
pictures.
leaving. I'm not leaving.
And if, listen.
You're not gonna escort me out. Look, this is what they do in Cuba. Look, Mayor, you talk so much about Cuba and your dad and all that. They do this in Cuba.
So we can finish talking.
She-
Does anyone want to give their time? Does your wife want to give, she's done that very often. Does she want to give her time to him so he could finish talking? Okay, nobody wants to give him time. I mean,
This guy's gotta be.
he didn't do it, so that's it. Time's up. I already,
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, through the chair. Someone's willing to give him 3 minutes. Why is he being taken out
They
like a
didn't come up.
criminal?
they didn't come up on time.
Okay.
No, that's
right.
abusive. I'm sorry, I
Anyone
have
else
to
who
stand up
speak?
to that. That's abusive. I do not agree with the
Excuse
way
me.
this council is acting
Excuse me.
today.
Okay, all right. Okay, guys, okay, what, 1 second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is getting out of hand. All right. We're trying to conduct a meeting, okay? We have protocol, we have rules, we have policy, okay? And the city attorney clearly read what it is that is expected from anyone that comes to speak before the city council. And all we're asking for is a little bit of understanding. We're trying to make sure that no one's insulting anyone here and everyone gets the 3 minutes. So we're asking, please, and no one else stood up. We had someone else that wants to speak and Mr. Ozzie was preventing this person from speaking. We need to conduct and move forward with this meeting. Anyone else would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Bernie Quapel, 3760 East Sixth Avenue, Hialeah. First of all, you guys are gonna be having a resolution come up to appoint Manuel Reyes to the Historic Preservation Board. I thank you for taking that on. Ahead of time, I'm thanking you because the board really needs to have a full quorum set up, and thank you in advance. Next thing I'd like to mention is, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with our current process for street naming applications, but it is open-ended. When I say open-ended, it means that if somebody introduces an application today, submits it today, It could take a day, it could take a year, it could take 10 years, it could take 20 years. There's no way of following up and having that have an end date. I can't tell you what that does to the applicants, the family members that are submitting something and they can't get a response. It's just at the whim of whoever to get it to back to you guys through the historic board and back to you guys. So at our last meeting, we discussed possibly getting together with the city clerk and the city attorney to try and get some an update on that being something that we could add a start and end date to. So know that that's something that may be coming your way. At least I wanted to make sure you guys knew that right now it is open-ended. And then secondly, I wanted, and kind of related to that same thing, is I wanted to find out, I've been reached out to by several news organizations. I had to write them down because I'd forget. New Times, NBC6, Herald, Tampa Free Press, and NPR, Florida Roundup, to find out about the application that was submitted for Barack Obama Way. And I wanted to find out if there was any update at all on that or where we're at, if anybody knows anything. If not, I know that they've been reaching out and haven't heard anything back.
It's sitting in my drawer in a desk and I'll get to it when I get to it.
But it's something that's still, it's being considered?
No, it's not.
It's not. It's for no reason, just because?
It's just not being considered.
Okay, so I'm just letting you know that the press has been reaching out to me, so I can let them know that because they're not hearing back from anyone.
You could let the press know. It's not being
Excellent. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you guys going ahead and taking on the appointment of the new member. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? And anyone else in the chamber? Anyone else online?
No one online, sir.
All right, let's move forward to announcements of amendments.
Board appointment item 9A has been postponed until January 9, 2024. The following consent items have been amended. Consent item E, consent item RR, consent item SS, consent item ZZ. Consent item BBB has been added to today's agenda.
All right. So board appointments that's been postponed. Moving on to consent agenda. Anyone have any items to?
Through the chair,
Yes, ma'am.
can I pull W, triple B, U, and V?
So W,
Double U,
yeah,
like Ursula,
yeah.
triple B, then V as in Victor, and
okay.
then U alone.
Perfect.
Through the chair, I
Yes,
would
ma'am.
like to pull consent item O, also U and V. JJ,
I'm sorry, U and V?
yes,
U and V, okay.
I already. JJ and LL.
So, I'm sorry, item O.
O, U, V is in Victor, J, J, L.
LL.
LL. And then, so, okay.
Just
so-
for the record, when an item is pulled, you don't have to re-pull it. I already pulled it, so we could both discuss it when the item is pulled.
All right, and I'd like to pull P and WW.
Can you reread the letters that were pulled, please?
So the letters that were pulled, W, triple B, V as in Victor, U, O, J, J, L, L, P, and WW.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Motion?
Did you pull your?
Yeah, no, he pulled.
All right, so we have a motion to approve, is it? Motion to
Second
approve by
motion.
Councilman Rodriguez, second by Councilman Zaghi.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Dundidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Carvel is away. Motion carries. The consent agenda has passed except items UU, BBB, V, U, O, JJ, LL, P, WW. I will do it in the order that the agenda goes. That way we can.
It's fine. Please announce each one.
Go ahead.
Give me 1 second. Item P, proposed resolution waiving competitive bidding and authorizing the mayor or his designee and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to increase a purchase order issued to National Auto Parts Warehouse LLC in the amount of $25,000 by $100,000 in a total amount not to exceed $125,000 for the purchase of original equipment, manufacture, and aftermarket parts for all city vehicles and providing for an effective date.
Council President, you excuse myself because I do work for the company.
Okay.
From a different aspect.
So Councilman, you're recusing yourself. He works for the organization. All right. Do we have any discussion? Do we have a motion?
Motion?
We have a motion approved by
Second.
Councilman Zogby and a second by, I'm sorry, who was it? Oh, Councilman Perez.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Cobble is still away. Ms. Garcia Roves.
Yes.
And Mr. Rodriguez has recused himself. Motion carries. The item is approved. Item U, request permission to issue a purchase order to For Best Business Corp. For temporary administrative and industrial services staffing for 4 city council aides in a total expense amount not to exceed $155,000. On April 11, 2023, the City Council approved City of Hialeah Resolution Number 2023-034, authorizing a piggyback agreement for temporary administrative office and industrial services staffing with the vendor effective through February 11, 2024.
All right. Item U, right? That's item U.
Yes.
The funding for this expenditure will be drawn against the general fund professional services account number 001-0220-512-310.
Councilwoman Perez.
Thank you. If I could please call up our HR director, please.
You're gonna be speaking to both items, U and V,
I'm interested in both, yes.
right? I don't know if you.
I don't know if you want to read it into the
also.
record as
Those are
well.
both kind of related.
Yes, read the other one into the record as well.
Yeah.
Item V, request permission to issue a purchase order to Fox Hire LLC for temporary administrative and industrial services staffing for 3 city council aides in a total expense amount not to exceed $155,025. On October 13, 2020, the City Council approved as requested by the Human Resources Department this vendor for employment services provided to the city for the transition of 6 part-time council aides to full-time contractors employed by the vendor. The funding for this expenditure is to be withdrawn from the general fund professional services account number 001-0220-512-310.
Thank you.
Councilman.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening, Elsa Jaramillo Velez, HR Director.
Thank you. I have some questions on this process. I know that when we began subcontracting through these companies for our council aides, we started with Fox Hire, and then we transitioned now into this new company, which I haven't been a fan of, and I know that there's been other council members that have mentioned that they haven't liked the way that this company works, the way that we have to approve their hours, some of the email strategies that they want us to be able to engage with them. They don't answer correctly. My council aide had a moment that she wasn't even paid for a week after being sick for a week. So all of this process, I haven't been happy with this company, to be honest with you, with this new transition. And I believe that my aide is no longer on the Fox Hire because I'm dealing with some other people in this new company. I've also seen some of the hiring process, and I don't agree with a lot of the hiring process that they've been using, and some of the parameters. I'm not happy with this company, to be honest with you. I can't trust some of the feedback that they've had with allowing certain people to fulfill this position. Therefore, I would like to think about maybe using a different company, maybe shopping around to a different company, seeing why we're using them, and maybe going back to Fox Hire. I wanted your feedback to see why we decided to use this new company.
So this was a while back.
the city started using Fox Hire probably around 2019 or so, from what I recall. And the reason having to do with our civil service system, right? In our civil service system, anybody, based on the city charter, the individuals have civil service status on the positions, and obviously all of you serve at the will of the residents. And when you're no longer here, what do we do with these employees, right? Because they are not one of the excluded categories under our city charter. So that's when the city started using Fox Hired. And also I think all of you wanted for them to be full-timers, because part-timers are specifically excluded under the city charter. So we started using Fox Hire in 2019. Now, every one of these companies has, legally, based on the contract the city has signed, different provisions, right? For example, with Fox Hired, if we were to retain any of those employees, we would have to pay the company like a penalty. That's something that For Best Business doesn't have. So, I mean, we can certainly look back at working with purchasing and making sure that we get maybe, another company to provide services for us.
So in the meantime, if we do not approve these contracts, what happens with our council aides?
You won't have them.
So both of them, they both expire by the end of the year, or do we have to?
I have to look at each one of the contracts. I think let me look at them. I have them in my office. I can actually pull them and check to see the actual expiration date.
So we could table both items until we have more clarity on it? Because we don't reconvene till January, I believe.
Yeah, this is to pay. This is, the item U is to request permission to issue a purchase order in order for us to pay the company. So then the company in turn can pay the employees.
Correct. So if we table the item till January, will the employees still be employees till January, and then we could discuss it at the next meeting? Because then we have till February, correct? So they won't be terminated.
They will not be terminated.
Okay.
So we can certainly look at that.
Okay.
But we'll work with purchasing on that.
Mayor, I don't know what your feedback is. I know.
I'm good with that.
Is that okay with you?
I'm good with it.
Okay. All right.
So, I'm sorry.
If I may, also, the purpose of this item was not only to pay for the rest of the fiscal year, but we have to pay invoices from October, from the new fiscal year. So if, I don't think it would be feasible to wait till January to pay from October. We would be in default, definitely. We already are from October.
But then there's a contract here. No,
We're in a contract with them that expires in February.
even with item V as well?
Yeah, these are permissions to pay the purchase order.
Yeah, this is to pay
Yeah.
this is not to renew the contract.
The
This is to
contract
pay-
with them.
This is to pay them. So we budgeted for the 155, I
amount.
believe it is. Through the end of the fiscal year, assuming that we would renew with them. If the renewal doesn't get approved, then we go with another company, then we wouldn't expend all this money with this company. But we need the funds to pay them. And
So Elsa, can we then continue doing some kind of bidding and trying to utilize another government agency that could
We'll
provide
work
us
with
this service?
purchasing.
And maybe someone that has different parameters that's more qualified and aligned to the city of Hialeah and the expectations of the employees that we want to have here in the city working for us.
Yes, we'll work with purchasing to get that done.
All
But
right.
Bridget is absolutely right. These are for purchase orders to pay these invoices.
All right, so, Mayor, if that's what this is, then we could, I'm okay with approving it. However, I do not feel comfortable continuing working with this company, so I look forward to Elsa bringing us a different
Just
government agency.
question, Elsa, if we approve this now, one of them will carry us through February 11th, no, of next year. And the other one, no fecha, I don't see a date.
No,
on it.
yeah, the Fox Hire doesn't have a date. It's only for BB.
Okay. All right, we could come back in January. We could come back in January with some other recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Through the chair,
Yes,
I
sir.
would like to
Yes, ma'am.
comment on this item. Well, I myself had the opportunity to speak with, for Best Business Corp. My council aide was hired through this, agency. And I have to say that they were very thorough, very professional. They ran an FDLE, level 2 background check, drug testing. And I'm just going to be very honest and transparent. There has been a lot of pushback, and there's been rejection towards my council aide, perhaps because he was a former candidate. And I don't believe that that should be dragged into this.
All right. So do we have a motion?
Yeah, I mean, people with arrest shouldn't be working in the city within a 10-year period.
All right.
And that's what this
And
is.
this
If
person
you
does not
fall
have an
within a
arrest.
10-year Period.
You need to be professional.
Okay, all
You're,
right.
I'm stating a fact, ma'am.
He's
Councilwoman-
never been arrested.
Councilwoman, all right, so do we have a
Well,
motion?
You obviously haven't looked at a record then, ma'am.
I have.
All right, guys, all right, let's,
All right, so
So-
motion to approve item U and V, please.
should we do it separately?
Do separate votes if possible, yes.
Okay,
just-
so.
Motion to approve item U, please.
Item U by Councilwoman Perez.
Second.
Second by Councilman Zaghi.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Dundidon.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Carville,
No?
I'm sorry,
No.
Ms. Garcia Rovez,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, next item.
Item B.
Item V,
So-
motion to approve,
Yeah, we
please.
read it to the record already. We have a motion to approve by Councilwoman Perez. We have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Councilman Zaghi. Call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Dundidon,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Carville,
No.
Ms. Garcia Rovez,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Item O, proposed resolution waiving competitive bidding and authorizing the mayor or his designee and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to issue a purchase order to George Leon Car Wash Incorporated to provide wash and detail services for the city's fleet of vehicles in an amount not to exceed $75,000 and providing for an effective date.
Through the chair, I want
Yes,
to ask a question. I was reviewing the backup documentation provided, and I saw that there was only a printout from Sunbiz about the corporation,
Yeah.
but there wasn't any business tax receipt or county license or city license included with this car wash company. Or do they have a license or the appropriate insurance?
Who took?
Aníbal Rio Seco, league director.
900. This is a hell of a first date back for me. So sorry about that.
Apologize.
I'm so sorry.
900 East 56th Street.
Go ahead. Can you answer that, or do we need Louis from purchasing?
I know that he has a license. He's been a vendor of the city for the past 18 years. Now, does he have actual, I would have to look at that answer. I don't have it.
And, all right, and I have another question. Is this a person that's treated as an independent contractor or as an actual company that the city's contracting with?
Independent contractor.
All right, so he doesn't have any employees. Is it himself?
No.
And does the $75,000, does that include the supplies, like the chemicals?
Yes, everything.
All right, and would this be for 1 year?
Yes.
All right. If he is able to provide a business license?
Correct. I would.
Okay,
Wouldn't be a problem.
all right. It's required. I called the Miami-Dade County Tax Collector's Office, and I inquired, and they stated that it is required, even if it were a mobile car wash, if they're going to be acting as a business.
He should have all his licenses.
Yes, and they couldn't locate the license, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilwoman, I mean, is there a certain action you want to take or?
Well, I wanted to bring it to attention, and he said he's going to be providing it. Is there a certain amount of time? I mean, could he provide it like next week, the license, or by the next council meeting?
Yes, definitely.
How about the end of the weekend? Can we get it at the end of the week? You think?
I'm sure I can get that.
Okay. City Attorney, your thoughts on this?
Well, you can either award or you can award and add the condition to the resolution that before the issuance of any documents or the PO, that the vendor has to provide a current City of Hialeah occupational license.
Yes.
Yeah, so Councilwoman, is that?
Yeah, that sounds acceptable.
Okay, so do you
Yes.
want to make a motion with that contingency?
Yes, I would like to motion to approve contingent on him providing the license.
The licenses.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Pacheco. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, second by Councilmember Rodriguez.
Mr. Tundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Cobble?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Approved as amended, yes.
Item JJ, proposed resolution authorizing the use of State Housing Initiative Partnership Program funds under the city's local housing assistance plan to increase the funding to Juan and Carla Balbastro in order to fully fund the SHIP-funded rehabilitation of their home as approved by the mayor and the city council via resolutions 2021-065 and 2022-097, authorizing the mayor or his designee and the city clerk as attesting witness to execute any and all necessary agreements in furtherance of the project and providing for an effective date.
Councilman Pacheco, you recognize.
Yes, I looked into this because it got my attention that it's been ongoing for a very long time. He was initially approved for funding since 2021. So it's taken 2 years. And I actually spoke with a gentleman. I visited his home. During this time, no repairs have been made, and the house continued to deteriorate. What initially was a roof leak that he had 2 years ago. 6 months ago, the ceiling in his kitchen collapsed. And when this initial $100,000 was approved, he was asked by City of Hialeah, for his words, to move out and to disconnect water and electricity. He was provided with an apartment that is run by Hialeah Housing Authority. He gave me the address, and specifically Julio Ponce, I believe, was the one that placed him in that apartment. But he lived there from January through I believe close to Thanksgiving of last year. And he was suddenly given a 2 days notice to vacate the apartment because he had a cat without any prior notification, without warning. He later had to rent an apartment, which he could no longer afford. And now he's essentially homeless. He's been living out of his car, and he's a sick person. He has cancer. I have a question. Why has this taken 2 years? And is there anything that we can do to help this person? Because the city's making an effort to help him, but at the same time, he's homeless. And I believe that this is quite an urgent situation.
Daniela, name and address, please.
Yes, hi, Daniela Tamayo with the Grants and Human Services Department, 501 Palm Avenue. So yes, this has been going on for a few years. With the previous administration, we weren't unsure what happened, why the program was at a stop. When the new administration came in and we started taking a look at it, we started working through the kinks of things. And the thing is that the original award that the maximum allowed award is 100,000. So we had to get more money because it was more repairs. We got more money, unfortunately, still wasn't enough. And then when we did the bid, it was over what we already had. So now that's what we're requesting, more money to be increased for the project in order to meet the bid. So it's a lot of repairs, and the bid came back to 306,000. We're also awarding the bid today. So in the case of Mr. Babastro, I understand that he was housed by Hialeah Housing Authority. I understood was that the apartment wasn't being fully kept in a proper condition. So that's why I believe he was asked to evacuate the unit. But at this point, we're already at the breaking point that we're ready to start fixing the apartment, and it's gonna be a long process, but we're making progress.
And I know he informed me that it was towards the end of this process, after being many months or more than a year, last minute, someone went and had the idea to test the walls or test for lead and asbestos. Why, I mean, shouldn't that have been done from the beginning to avoid this delay and to make an accurate estimate of what the cost would be without having this man be homeless? I mean, he spent Thanksgiving homeless last year. And I just find it very, very disturbing that it was that he was living in his house before seeking help, and he is in worse condition now than he was before coming to the city of Hialeah for assistance.
So the asbestos and lead testing came about later when we got the bid, and we just wanted to make sure that there weren't going to be any extra repairs that needed to be done. You're right, we should have done it earlier. It was something that maybe we skipped in the middle of trying to get this going. But now we have everything. We did the testing. There's going to be repairs, so then the construction can start. A lot of repairs. He's going to get a brand new home. I know it's been a long time, but a lot of repairs are being done. He's going to be up to code, and it's just we're very sorry that it's taking so long, but we've been trying our hardest to get here.
And one last question. I reviewed all of the documents provided. I know there was the company that's going to be doing the rehabilitation of the home. They provided information about themselves, their references, their insurance, but among those, it was a large file. I may have missed it, but I didn't find like a breakdown or a summary of the $300,000. How did we get to that amount? Because you can basically build a brand new house with $300,000. And I visited the home; it needs repaired. Didn't look that bad.
Yeah.
So
we do have the scope of work. Maybe it wasn't included in the RFP package, but we do have it, and we can provide it to you.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. We had our scope of work. The person bid out. This is how much they said it would cost. So we'll send it to you.
And this contract, they were
the only ones that replied.
Did they actually visit the home to make the estimate?
Yes.
Right.
They went and checked everything, and they were the only ones that actually responded.
And is it possible for the council to receive a copy of that estimate or
course.
all right, the details? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Sir, if you recognize.
yeah, through the chair. How long, okay, Maria, I'm just talking about the whole department, the way the structure right now, just run me through it 2 years ago, right? Press the reset button. and
This happened, I think, back in 2020, even like this has been going on.
Okay.
The process is we have to do income certification. So it's a long process, gather documents, award the things and everything. So Maria came last year in like May.
Okay.
So that's when things started
Okay, so
getting.
Gotcha. So this is what we have right now, which is the efficiency that we have. Before, we just didn't have anything.
Yeah,
sparse. Okay.
yeah, before we didn't.
So now we're tapping into the dollars that we're supposed to be getting that we probably never had access to it, or we weren't prepared to have access before this, correct?
Well, we were doing our reconciliation, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay, all right.
and we have extra funds, so we are able to cover this amount.
Got it. Okay, all right. So thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. I just want to know because I know we had a lot of issues about 2 years ago and,
Yeah.
and then we started your office and your office over here, Maria's office. So thank you. I appreciate that. So in other
Thank you.
words, because not to talk about this particular case, the cases that I've brought up, the case
Mm-hmm.
we brought up has been taken care of pretty quickly as far as the grants are concerned. I know before it was a horror story. So thank you. Appreciate that.
Oh, thank you.
All righty. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Through the chair, sorry. Is there anything that can be done to help this gentleman? Because during this entire repair process, he continues to live out of his car and he's sick, he has cancer. His, he urgently needs assistance.
Well, I have to look into why any eviction process was started. I think you mentioned something about a cat, and then I heard something about the unit being kept on in an unsafe condition or violating whatever terms of his lease. Obviously, we don't want to have anybody in the street. So I'll look into it and see what we could do. I do want to, if I recall this case, and to the point of the councilman now who just said that we had cases that we inherited when we got here related to our grants program, which were a disaster.
Yeah.
So much so that when we asked for a report of where all our grants are at, target dates, money that being expended and what have you, the response of that grant director at that moment was to resign. And then you weren't here at the time, but when we had Maria helping kind of stabilize our grant situation, you know, there's a lot of things that have to be complied with in order to be able to fulfill the grant obligations before the money flows, before we could address these things. These grant folks that we have now have had to do jujitsu basically in order to make this thing work. And us reach for more money than what was originally anticipated. And that speaks to a lot of the delays, unfortunately. I'll look into, you know, if this is an issue of a cat, then, you know, it may be that, and I don't want to sound insensitive, but it's either having a home or having a cat. And I don't know if the details or what the issue was related to the cat. If it's, you know, related to issues of maintaining your apartment, then obviously you got to maintain your apartment. You have to. I mean, like any, you know, the housing authorities run just like any housing complex. You know, you need to make sure you're keeping your place upkept. But I don't know the details, the specifics about this person. Obviously, we don't want anybody that started off in this condition being on the street. Forget Thanksgiving at any moment. Okay, this is not something that they were seeking, obviously. But we'll look in tomorrow and I'll see if I could, you know, figure out exactly what had happened, and we'll try to figure out some sort of remedy while the home is getting repaired, and then we'll try to get some target dates of when the things that have to happen as far as repairs or what have you. So, you know, we could give a reasonable timetable when this person could get back into his home.
Thank you, Mayor.
Last thing through the chair, and there's emergency funds for, I know your office has helped me, our constituent, like there's emergency funds for events like this as far as with the county and the state also. So, yeah, so maybe, you know, your resident can talk to them, because we've seen this before. There's quite a few emergency funds if they qualify for it, which the office would be great to help you out, a very open book about that. Okay, just that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you so much. Do we have a motion to approve?
Thank you.
Is there a motion on the table?
Motion.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilman Garcia Rose.
Second.
We have a second by Councilman Rodriguez. Call the roll.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Carville,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Dundee.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Item LL, proposed resolution accepting the IFB response for invitation for bid 2022-23 8325-00060 for Ship Balbastro Home General Contractor and authorizing the mayor or his designee and the city clerk as a testing witness on behalf of the city to issue a purchase order to Versetti Enterprises LLC in an amount not to exceed $336,923, which includes a 10% contingency for Ship Balbastro Home General Contractor and in substantial conformity with the attached IFB 2022-23-8325-00060 attached hereto and made a part hereof as Exhibit A, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to sign any related and customary purchasing documents to effectuate this resolution and providing for an effective date.
Councilman Pacheco?
Well, yes, this is related to the item that we were just discussing. I just had one question. I saw that there was only one company that bid on this project. Is it usual that these projects they would only receive one bid, or is this something that's not normally seen?
Mr. Suarez, name and address.
Louis Suarez, Purchasing Director, 501 Palm Avenue. It really depends. This is a state-funded project. It had some certain regulations that might be a little intimidating for other prospective bidders. So in this case, we only got one, but usually we do get multiple bidders.
Okay, thank you for answering my question.
All right, do we have a motion?
Yes, motion to.
Motion to approve by
Yes.
Councilwoman Pacheco. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice President Garcia Rose.
Mr. Colville,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Dundidon,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Item UU, proposed resolution naming West 56th Street from Palm Avenue to West Second Avenue as Lourdes Lozano Street, with the cost of signage to be paid by the city and providing for an effective date.
Councilwoman Perez and Vice President.
Thank you. Would you like me to go first? Go ahead. All right. So tonight we have a profound sense of honor to propose a resolution that holds a significant meaning here in the city of Hialeah. As sponsor and as Vice President Garcia Robles is a co-sponsor, we propose to acknowledge and pay tribute to Ms. Lourdes Lozano, may she rest in peace, who served here as a dedicated councilwoman in our city. Lourdes Lozano was not only a public servant, but someone who many remember as showing them kindness and compassion here in our community. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge Lourdes Lozano's son, who is here with us tonight, Alvaro Lozano. Her grandchildren are here, her partner, her family, and her friends that are here with us today to be present. Alvaro and family, we're very grateful for your presence tonight and for sharing your mother with us here at the city of Hialeah. We extend our heartfelt condolences for your loss, and we hope that this resolution brings you comfort and pride. In honor of Lourdes Lozano's legacy, I propose that we name the street that she drove on every day or very often after her, ensuring that her name and her contributions to our city are forever etched in our history. I ask for support from the members here of the City Council on this consent agenda item, and I motion to approve naming West 56th Street after Ms. Lourdes Lozano.
Everything you said was on point and very well said. I just want to make one very small comment because, as I said, everything was said. Lourdes and my father were very good friends. They were very close. And she dedicated her life to be a public servant. And I believe that all the way till the end, she was still helping whoever she could help. And well, you know, there's nothing better that we can do to remember her than to have a street named after her. I think it's a very noble way to remember her as a public servant. So,
would you like to say some words, Richard or Alvaro or any of the family members on behalf of?
Perdón, nombre y dirección.
I think we have to turn on the microphone.
Oh.
Yeah.
And Alvaro Lozano, her son, and the three children, Christian, Anna and Alexis. And I thank the council for approving the motion. But I want to bring it to the attention of the council, all the accomplishments that Mrs. Lozano did. As you know, she was with the Department of Children and Family for 26 years. She's recognized by the Library of Congress. Okay? I want you guys to know that. The Mount Sinai Medical Center by the Palmetto and 60th Street, she voted that. She brought the council approving that because of her that there. She was commissioner for the Hialeah housing. And recognized by United Way, the Cancer Society, the Department of Children and Families for 26 years. Recognized. She had that. And many other accomplishments. The Lions Club. I appreciate what you're doing deeply, but I think that we could do a little more for her. And I do appreciate you guys doing that.
It's an honor, and thank you very much. I'm sure she's very happy today for everything you guys have done. I want to thank everybody that took part in this. You know how she was, and I'm sure she's looking down now and she's very happy because she loved the city and the city that she served.
Thank you, Alvaro. Thank you. I would like to second.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so we had a motion from Councilwoman Perez and a second by the Vice President.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Dundidon,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Mr. Calvo.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
And the office will notify them, right? When Mayor?
Your office will notify
no.
the family? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll notify you, Alvaro, when the ceremony will be okay? All right.
Item WW, proposed resolution establishing an immigration task force that will provide comprehensive research and planning that will address the challenges and opportunities related to documented and undocumented immigrants in the influx of reference population in the city of Hialeah and report their findings, data, and recommendations to the mayor, stating the task force's purpose, powers, duties, composition, and membership appointment, providing for a chair, meetings, quorum, and public notice requirements, and providing for an effective date.
Councilman Calvo, I had a couple questions on this reso. When you first mentioned it a couple weeks back, my first question was like, what is the intent? We were going to discuss it more today. I feel like we've been here for 10 hours already, and but I just had a couple questions because I think this is a topic that we should discuss in the nature of where we're at. But just, I still don't know, Councilman, what, I read the language. I'm not understanding what the goal is. What is it exactly that we're going to be tracking to? What are we measuring? What are we going to do with that data? I think I saw some stuff here about trying to find healthcare and obtaining citizenship. Like, is it, do we want to send this data to the feds? What's the expectation? Because we're not immigration, right? And just I kind of want to make sure that moving forward we have limited resources, right? But what is the goal? What's the blueprint, right? And if you can't answer that now, that's fine. I was going to see if you'd be open to having we could have a sunshine meeting, right? We could have a sunshine meeting, and Mayor, if you want to come, and anyone in this council. But I think it'd be very important to have a clear understanding of what it is that we want to do, what do we want to track, and what do we want to do with it, right?
Yeah, certainly. What's interesting is that we've been talking about this issue of immigration, not just in the Hialeah context, but nationally. We've seen since President Biden has taken office how the number of people coming in here through the border in Mexico, we see it here and also in the Keys, has dramatically increased. At the beginning of the year, I sort of brought this idea up that maybe we should start seeing what the impact is in Hialeah and what are some solutions that we can start maybe implementing to address. Obviously, we won't be able to do what Governor DeSantis has done and send the Florida National Guard to Mexico. I'm not advocating for that. But certainly, Hialeah, I think we would agree, is a largely immigrant city. It's a 97% Spanish-speaking community. And certainly, I think if palliatively, without doing any sort of committee, I think it's very clear that we do have more people in the city than we did, say, 12 months ago. I think the mayor has been pretty persistent on the record saying that there is a large number of people. It's one of the reasons why the budget has had to be increased. And so what I noticed and what was striking to me is that although we do know that this is happening, just 2 weeks ago, the United States saw the largest single day border crossing that had ever experienced in its history. That was 2 weeks ago. And that was almost 15,000 folks that were processed at the southern border in Mexico. A lot of these people, as you know, they come from Cuba, they come from Venezuela, they come from Colombia, Nicaragua, and a bunch of these countries that will end up, whether they're here already or they'll be here in the next couple of weeks or months, they'll end up in Hialeah. And so the goal of this immigration task force, I think, is twofold. Point number one is, how much is it really affecting us? Look, I can tell you personally, anecdotally, that I see, in the shopping centers around where I live, I see a large increase in homelessness. I see, for example, like the Home Depots, where there used to be 10 people asking for work. Now there's 50 or more in the middle of the day. And, you see the mopeds, you see the bicycles, you see just a large group of people. But all of that is anecdotal. That is not data driven. I think this council likes data. And that's something that's been talked about in the past. And so we've kind of thought about ways in which we could get data. And I think we kind of over rely on the school board. And we say, well, based on student enrollments. Interestingly enough, though, if you look at least what DHS and Border Patrol is putting out there, a lot of these people that are coming through the border, they're not coming with kids. A lot of it is single men between the ages, what they call military-aged males, between the ages of 18 and 30. And so I think just looking at that data marker of, well, how many kids do we have enrolling in the schools in Hialeah or Miami-Dade? It's just not providing a clear picture. So part of it is, how big is it affecting? The other part of it is advocacy. Listen, I was quite shocked to learn that, for example, the governor has been giving monies to some of these cities in the Keys with this issue of immigration, because obviously when you have these, migrant vessels landing ashore, there's some extra costs, there is some extra burden to these municipalities in the Keys. However, I think, very clear to me, if not to us, that these folks aren't staying there. They're coming up and they're going to end up migrating somewhere here in Hialeah, somewhere in Dade County. And we haven't, to my knowledge, we haven't received any funding for this specific topic from the state or from the feds. And so I think part of it is also that advocacy aspect. And lastly, and possibly the most impact is going to be on the sort of nonprofit side. So I've been able to connect with a lot of attorneys, immigration lawyers, nonprofit organizations, churches. They're working in this space. They're actively reaching out to these communities. They're providing things as basic as food, as basic as shelter, but they're also providing legal services. They're providing health services. These people are coming in, they don't have vaccines, they don't have the necessary documents. And so they're providing a full comprehensive service. And I think as a city of immigrants, as a city that has largely been built by immigrants from not just Hispanic, but even before that, from an Anglo or Northerner migration, I think it's important that we are in the forefront, that we lead on this issue, that we don't have to necessarily rely on school board or anybody else, that we can say, look, we're doing something. And by the way, my goal, and I think it's clear in the reso, this is not going to cost the city a single dollar. All it's going to be is time, my time, and the time of the members that compose this task force, with the goal within 1 year of seeing where we are, seeing what can get done, and hopefully provide some service to a community that needs it. They're living in Hialeah. Yes, of course, they don't vote. They're not necessarily voters or constituents per se, but they certainly are here, whether we agree with it or not. And I think we just need to be leaders in this space.
Okay, that's fair. Because I remember I led the census effort here in Hialeah, and I can tell you, to be able to identify specific individuals, it could be very difficult, right? And especially those that we consider hard to count, right? So they're either undocumented, or these are folks that live in inefficiencies, right? So in fear of somehow a government official asking questions scares them, right? So it's very difficult to really quantify this universe, right? And again, I'm really intrigued by it, which is why I'm discussing it, and I'd like to propose a sunshine meeting, because I noticed that in the language, no other council members on there, just appointees. But I'd like to really, be able to develop some sort of blueprint, right, or template that may be utilized in this task force, right? Again, I think it is very interesting. I do have some experience in trying to quantify these types of populations. So I'd like to really, again, anyone who wants to be involved with the sunshine meeting, have that first, so that we can develop some sort of tool at that moment, and then be able to have that as some sort of the guiding mechanism for this task force. So I'd like to propose that sunshine meeting. I'd like to have that meeting before, and this is, if it's okay with the council, I'd like to have that sunshine meeting before we approve the task force itself, and then take up this resolution when that's done.
Yeah, so if I can jump in here, basically what I tried to do in terms of makeup, I wanted to ensure that every member of the council had a voice in this. I think we've done committees and task force before. They get assigned to one council member, but it's hard for us to kind of get input. And so my goal with this was, look, I want every council member to have, whether they want to appoint themselves and serve in the committee. Obviously, it's a lot of work, granted. Or if you feel that, there's somebody that you can identify that is better suited for that, obviously they're more than welcome. So I wanted every council member to kind of have a say moving forward. And then I also left additional spots open because of these like nonprofits, and I'm already in conversations with Homeland Security. I'm in conversations with Customs and Border Patrol. They have folks designated for these kinds of committees across the state, across the country, and they're more than willing to participate, to provide us information. They have data, they have figures that I think we can benefit from. So, I mean, to your point, I don't really see the need for a meeting to meet about meeting. It's a little redundant. My goal is to just get, running, get people the help they need. Obviously this is, I think you're right in terms of saying this is, it needs a framework. And I think, the first meetings or so, I think will be very informative of that. If you want to join, I'd love to have you, to do this with me. But, I don't see really the need for a meeting to meet.
Yeah.
Just because everything in government takes so long.
Meetings, right? So go ahead, Mayor.
Yeah.
And Mayor, by the way, I also had a spot for the mayor. If the mayor himself wants to participate or appoint somebody, obviously more than welcome to do so.
Well, thank you for that. I don't think there's a need for any task force, to be honest with you. I think that's what you have the board here. That you are the task force, and you guys have the ability to convene meetings on this subject. You have the ability to direct from the dais here as far as a board to address these issues. I have been talking about these issues now for a long time. I've seen the impact in our city from mobile homes that are being parked in the back of homes that are very difficult to enforce. And it's a direct answer to what's going on. We've talked about this issue with regards to the influx of people and the impact it's had on the rents in our community. This board has the power to do that. Currently, right now, I have an advisory board made up of religious leaders in our community who have been talking about this issue now for months on how they address folks, try to help folks out that are coming into their churches looking for guidance. In many cases, people that are very, very wary of government and won't cooperate, will not cooperate because they're nervous and they're scared based on the experiences they had from wherever they came from. The city's never really done anything like this before, short of naming a chair to do the census committee. I do have questions with regards to what direction a chair of this committee would have as far as assets of the city. And I would be very concerned with that as the mayor of the city. And I want to make sure that we don't violate our own charter by having a council member now in a capacity here directing assets of the city. So we could have a sunshine meeting. We could go over what the parameters are. We could also discuss what's the intended target. Is it to prepare a report for the federal government? Is it to prepare a report for the state government? Or is it just to prepare a report for ourselves to understand what we're dealing with as we move forward? There's value in all three. But I am concerned about the jurisdictional controls, if I could use that term. I do believe this is what we have a city council for, and this city council can very well equip itself. This city council has the ability to invite people to come here to address issues like we've done before when we've had meetings when many of us, when I first got here and Councilman Cabo first got here, when Lewis first got here, to be able to address issues that might be of urgency from fact finding. So I would welcome a meeting, not a meeting to talk about a meeting, but a meeting to understand what the parameters are and what the expectations are. And then we could move forward on something like this. But let me again qualify. I believe you all already occupy a position to be able to address these issues in our community. You have the ability to bring in state elected officials, federal elected officials. We have those assets that we could bring to the table. You could, not just to mention all the non-for-profits that work in this space to get a better understanding, but I believe this board already has that power to do that if it so fits or so feels that this is something that you need to address. That's just my 2 cents on this issue. But if the board's decision is to move forward with a task force, then I would ask to be able to sit down and understand what those parameters are so that we could go ahead and make sure it meets all the expectations. And know that as mayor, I'm going to make sure that the assets that we have that have to be brought into this, whether it's police, fire, what have you, that, I want to make sure that that integrity of the mayor and his relationships with running all these departments is protected. So,
through the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a few things. I mean, look, I guess you can make that argument about pretty much any committee, right? Like we have the task force for affordable housing. Obviously, we set the policy. We have committees on, like you said, religious affairs, not necessarily a policy-making authority that we have, but certainly, we have a dozen committees. We follow the recommendations sometimes when it comes to historic stuff, we don't, right? Like at the end of the day, this task force is great. I mean, it sounds great, but it's not necessarily going to have all of a sudden these crazy powers over the city council. I think a careful reading of the resolution would identify what it's seeking. Obviously, this was worked on very carefully. There's no mention in this, and if I am, please correct me, but there's no mention in here about any chairperson being able to control any assets of police and fire. The chief is saved. I will not be his boss for now. But otherwise, I think the goal is just let's do the work, right, that we can't necessarily do in a council meeting. Obviously, we have long agendas, we have public speakers. Yes, you're right. Technically speaking, we could have an immigration discussion now, but everybody is obviously has their day jobs. It's 9 o'clock at night. We're not going to sit here and realistically talk for 3 hours about immigration. And I don't really think that's going to get anywhere in terms of doing stuff. So I guess the goal is essentially to just simplify it a little bit. There's no additional powers. There's nothing here that hasn't already been done in terms of other task force and other committees or other advisory board. We have more boards than I can even count. I think the goal is just, let's start looking into this a little bit more seriously. I think you would agree with me that it is a real and pressing issue in our city. And, whatever can be done, great. And if the answer is, hey, we can't do anything, like we've done everything, then even better. We can rest assured that we're doing our best in the space. So that was just my comments on that.
All right, so just because I know it's getting late, so we'll work with the city clerk's office to establish a sunshine meeting.
No, I'd like to just motion as is.
We'll
if you can.
and what we would like to do is can we get a motion to table until we decide to bring it back?
Yeah, I'd like the motion to just approve it.
Okay, so we have two motions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted to make a comment through,
Yeah,
through a chair. Well, as you know, I recently, I campaigned, I knocked on thousands of doors. I've been throughout the city, and this is actually something that the residents of Hialeah would like to see happen. It's not just, this is a way to gather data and analyze it. It wouldn't burden the city in any way. It would demonstrate our goodwill and our willingness to want to find solutions, to identify the problems and find solutions for these problems. Yes, we have a council here, but if the council were enough to address issues, then we wouldn't be creating task forces. I mean, last meeting, we approved a task force rather like in haste without reviewing much information. And that was done. I certainly don't see how it could hurt in any way to move forward with this immigration task force, because it's becoming a major problem with the homelessness. I mean, we've had an influx of immigration that's just been overwhelming.
Yeah.
And we should address it. We should address it. So I believe that it wouldn't hurt us in any way, and it wouldn't create any burdens for the city.
No one's denying it. I think what we want to do is we want to table it to have a meeting prior to that, right? So we're not denying it right now. So we have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Yeah, I'll second it. But
Second.
I do want to say
Go ahead.
something. The most important thing for me is the safety of our residents. If it was for me, I mean, we have a lot of homelessness, and a lot of homelessness are people that are really doing a lot of bad things. That's just a fact. And when you break it down, because we had a task force about this, the mayor, I was been part of that. When you come down, you're talking about 10% of the population, not even the 3%, they actually can go to work and have a job. The majority either have medical issues, have mental issues, and unfortunately, they have a high security area, especially around the parks. So it's for me, I would just task force to get them out of here. To be honest with you, not the majority. Excuse me, not the minority, the majority, because you see them everywhere just drinking and doing a lot of ugly stuff that the residents, as I knocked on the doors, number one thing, what are you doing about this? They're not asking me where to put them, what are you doing about it? Because it's become a problem. So I want to table it. Definitely something we need to do it. So I second it, but I'm not a supporter of actually supporting or becoming a sanctuary city for them. As I said, not with you, I'm just saying just in general.
If you would allow me, please, it's not just homelessness, but even for the increased traffic that we have with these little motorcycles or mopeds, there have been a number of fatalities, traffic related. Okay. And it's also part of educating these immigrants, helping them, assimilating them to our conditions here in the United States. Many of them come with bad driving habits. There's so many problems that we have to identify. It's not becoming a sanctuary. It's establishing order and ensuring that the city of Hialeah continues to be a safe city for the residents that already live here. So I believe that's one of the issues that could be addressed.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman. So call the roll. Yeah.
Ms. Pacheco?
This is for the motion to table it.
That was seconded and that you're reading is a motion to table, so everybody understands what you're voting on.
No.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Donedo?
Yes.
Mr. Zosby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
No.
Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is tabled.
Next item.
Item BBB, proposed resolution amending the composition of the 13-member temporary Centennial Committee to consist of 18 members, and by appointment of the mayor hereby designating Seth Bramson, Vivian Casals Munoz, Grisel Torralbas, Teresa Cuba, and a member of the Seminola community to be appointed by the mayor with the approval of the city council to also serve on the temporary Centennial Committee and providing for an effective date.
Councilwoman Perez?
Yes, I believe that these stakeholders are necessary to be part of this board. There's a lot that's going to be planned, and these people have insight, whether it's from their industry field or their previous connection here to the city. Right now, our Seminola community, we don't have someone, but we will bring that to the table hopefully by January. We've been in communication with that community, and we don't want them to feel that they've been excluded. On the contrary, we've opened a position for them to be at the table. We will meet with hopefully, if this is approved today by the board, we will meet tomorrow as our first meeting to start our discussions on how we could celebrate our city.
Through the chair.
Yes, yes.
No, I just had a procedural question for the city attorney. So my interpretation from what I've read of the city charter and code of ordinances is that agenda items have to be provided to us 96 hours before the meeting. Obviously, this was an add-on item. It was provided, I think, less than an hour ago. I haven't had the time to review these names. I take the word that I'm sure they're great, but I don't have resumes. I don't know these people. I mean, obviously I know Vivian clearly. But, I'd like to do my due diligence, and I just don't understand how we can vote on this item.
If I may,
It was for the city attorney, please.
through the chair, if I may.
One second. Go ahead, Councilman Perez.
Just to be clear, Seth Bramson, he's one of the most world-renowned authors. That's anything that has to do related to the city of Hialeah. I believe he's been published in national libraries. So he's one of the authors. Obviously, Ms. Casals Munoz works at Hialeah Park, which she has access to those archives. Grisel is, I don't know if you met the two ladies that just gave the presentation. They introduced themselves earlier. They work for our library department, and they have access to our archives and a wealth of knowledge when it comes to access to the city. So the only person I think that you don't know is Seth, but you could get his book at CVS or Walgreens.
And Teresa, that's also.
She's right there.
Okay.
They were the people that presented today that they've been working here in the city of Hialeah.
Understood. So to my question to the city attorney.
In response to your question, per the code, the agenda items are supposed to be given to the council 96 hours in advance. If you feel that there's insufficient time, you can always move to defer or to table the item, and I would say that, that's up to the council.
But it can automatically be considered without like a process to get it to be considered? In essence, why is there a 96-hour requirement if you have to move to defer, like it's automatically part of the agenda? But that was my question.
Well, can I answer that? Yes, okay. I think there are some items that get to the administration that sometimes are not timely, and we've had this issue when I first got here, where we try, and I want to limit the add-on items. What I think makes this a little unique is that it's the only meeting in December, and so a lot of things that need to get on the agenda get on the agenda. When the council sets the agenda, they're accepting these add-on items. I mean, at that time, the council has within its authority to either bifurcate all these items or not accept them. You all are setting the agenda, okay? And if the timetable, because some of these items, like I said, in this particular case in December, because of the only one meeting that we're having, we want to make sure all these things get in. As far as some of these are very protocol type issues, for example, the one we're talking about now on this 100th year anniversary, we try to get them quicker to you, but there are things that and this has been a battle, the time urgency and all that. And I ask for justifications of why, because I'd rather bring things to you that you have enough time to digest and not things that are an emergency. Okay. Right. And I'll take it under advisement to make sure that we try to limit as much as we can having to bring on add-on items. In this particular case, getting all the way to triple B is an indicator that we're dealing with a lot of stuff that we need to make sure we get before the holidays.
I think we got to switch the numberings instead of all.
I agree with that.
No, thank you for that. Just the city attorney, I just wanted to clarify. Is it the council's agenda or is it somebody else's agenda? Because I think that's an important point.
It's my agenda. It's the city is the one submitting the agenda. I prepare the agenda and I bring it to you. Okay, once you have it now, you all are working on it. Very similar to the budget. I prepare the budget, I give it to you. Once the budget's in your hands, it becomes your budget.
I would say that I believe that statement to have been accurate. The code section, just for your information, actually provides that it's a duty of the clerk to furnish the agenda items at least 96 hours before the meeting. It does not have a penalty or a preclusion. And I can tell you that even in my relatively brief time here, that I believe that there was a plethora of late agenda items submitted here periodically, and we're actually trying to, contain that or limit that somewhat. So I think that in practice, agenda items were submitted late all the time.
Yeah.
But it's not,
it doesn't make it right. It's just.
No, I'm not saying it makes it right. I said what you could do. Right. But what it actually is phrased as, it's a duty of the clerk to provide it on time. It doesn't go ahead and provide a penalty. And
if the clerk takes the blame on this, they're gonna kill me.
Yeah, I think the clerk.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
If I may, through the chair.
Yes, sir.
This isn't the clerk's fault. These items needed to be approved because we have a meeting tomorrow and we wanted to include all stakeholders. I thought I had explained that prior. So therefore, the names were added on Monday because of this reason, to make sure that everyone felt included at the table, because we needed to have this meeting for tomorrow. So it is the fault does not fall on the city clerk.
All right. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Zogby.
Second.
We have a second by the Vice President.
Is this a motion to approve?
Yes, it is a motion to approve.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Thank you.
Administrative items.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the Hialeah Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, entitled Administration, Article 6, Purchasing and Competitive Bidding, Division 2, Competitive Bidding Procedure, Section 2-815 Procedure, and rename such section procedure Online Bidding Procedure, allowing online electronic procurement for goods and services in the manner specified in this section. Additionally, adopting a new subsection, Section 2-819.1, entitled Cooperative Purchasing, further providing basic cooperative purchasing procedures in such new subsection, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this item's in first reading. Do we have any council discussion? Mr. Suarez, do you have anything to add to this, or?
The result is pretty self-explanatory. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
All right, see, if
Motion
there's
to
none, do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Councilwoman Perez, and then we have a second by Councilman Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second
you.
reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 9th, 2024.
Next item, unfinished business.
Item for discussion, proposed ordinance amending chapter 1 entitled General Provisions, section 1-11, General Penalty, continuing violations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Hialeah to provide for criminal penalties for violations of city code, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Yeah, honestly, I haven't been able to work on this. I'd like to just table this indefinitely. So until we bring it back.
Motion.
We have a motion by Councilman Zogby.
Second.
I have a second by Councilman Perez.
Mr. Dundee,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Cabo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby, Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is tabled indefinitely.
Next item.
Report of Scrivener's error pursuant to section 30-31, agenda of city council meetings of the City of Hialeah Code. The city clerk shall correct Scrivener's errors that are discovered in ordinances, resolutions, council meetings, council minutes, and staff reports, and promptly report all corrections to the city council. On November 14, 2023, the city council approved consent item M with the incorrect account number listed on the backup documentation to the item as general fund contractual services account number 001-1000-521-340. The item has been amended to reflect the correct account number as general fund rental and leases equipment account number 001-1000-521-441.
All right, do we have a motion and a
Motion.
discussion?
You don't need this is a report of a clerical error. You don't really need to take a vote on it. There's no need to take a vote.
All right. All right, so the council's good with it? Okay, thank you. Moving on to new business. I'd like to share this Friday, is gonna be the best pig roast in all of the city. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but in most places, and it's gonna be the third annual Hialeah Police Department pig roast. It's gonna be at what time, Chief? It's gonna be at noon and over at the headquarters. And so we encourage everyone to come out and enjoy it. All right.
Got it.
Oh,
Chief, I gotta work and that'll be there. Okay.
Any
Through the-
other new business? Yeah.
Yes, through the chair.
Yes.
Well, there is something very important that I want to discuss. I wasn't sure what part of the meeting would be appropriate, so I consulted with the city attorney and he advised me that this would be an appropriate time to bring it up. And it has to do with the last meeting where we voted on the Affordable Housing Task Force. And well, there were some changes that were made. And minutes before the meeting started, there were names added, members added to the task force. And I voted yes. And then after the meeting concluded, I realized that the names had already been added. I know that the members are appointed by the mayor and confirmed by the council, but for the council to be able to confirm members, I mean, that's like hiring someone, for example, when you want to consider a person, you would ask for their resume, their background, relevant experience, and even a criminal record. And there are many issues that I've identified that are very concerning. And because we didn't have an opportunity to review those members, I think it's prudent, to take a moment to review it now. And first, I'd like to establish two things. According to section 2-11.1 of the Miami-Dade County Conflict of Interest and Code of Ethics Ordinance, the Affordable Housing Task Force, even though it's called a task force, for the purpose defined by the Ethics Commission, it's also considered an advisory board. And the term advisory personnel shall refer to the members of those city advisory boards and agencies whose sole or primary responsibility is to recommend legislation or give advice to the Board of City Commissioners, for example. So that this fits that description. And it's not an ad hoc advisory board, according to a legal advisory opinion by Jose Arrojo, the executive director of the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics and Public Trust. So on inquiry 17-292, the Ethics Commission advised county staff that the financial disclosure provisions contained in subsection I of the Ethics Code would only apply to those that operate for a year or longer. So this task force would operate with sunset 1 year from the date. And then we have the issue of the conflict of interest. And the conflict of interest are as follows. For example, one is a lobbyist who represents multiple developers in Hialeah. 2 of them were already on an advisory board of a similar nature, where determination was made that their presence on the board constituted a conflict of interest. 2 of them are partners in companies that are actively contracted by Hialeah. 1 of them is an officer, director, employee of developing companies that conduct business with Hialeah and currently maintain active projects. 1 is an officer, director, or employee was under investigation for inflating construction costs on a senior housing project. 1 of them had to pay $1 billion for the Surfside condo collapse due to the negligence of their construction being a cause of the Surfside disaster and death of almost 100 people. 1 of them is a partner, part owner, and architect of an ongoing housing project in Hialeah, which I can name, I have it here. And another one, according to the Department of Justice, admitted to defrauding the United States federal government out of nearly $4 million on an affordable housing, low-income housing development project, and was banned by the Florida State Housing Finance Agency from receiving affordable housing funds for 2 years. Now, this is, to me, this is very concerning, and I think it's the responsible, prudent, and reasonable thing. It's a duty that we have to review the individuals that are appointed to this task force. And I don't see any harm in tabling this until at least we obtain an opinion from the Miami-Dade County Ethics Commission. Now, according to section 2-11.1, Miami-Dade County Conflict of Interest and Code of Ethics Ordinance, board members may not vote on any matter if the member will be directly affected by the board action and the board member has any of the following relationships with the persons and entities appearing before the board: officer, partner, consultant, fiduciary, stockholder, debtor, director of counsel, employee, beneficiary, bondholder, or creditor. The majority of the members, they fit into one of those categories. So yes, they would be able to abstain from voting or making recommendations, but since the majority of them fall into these categories, that would render a task force basically useless. They wouldn't be able to do anything. And so according to instructions for compliance with section 112.3143 of the Florida statutes under Form 8B, memorandum of voting conflict for county, municipal, and other local public officers, a person holding elective or appointed duty, municipal, or other local public office must abstain from voting on a measure which would inure to his or her special private gain or loss. Each elected or appointed local officer also must abstain from knowingly voting on a measure which would inure to the special gain or loss of a principal other than a government agency by whom he or she is retained, including the parent, subsidiary, or sibling organization of a principal by which he or she is retained, to the special private gain or loss of a relative, or to the special private gain or loss of a business associate. Commissioners of community redevelopment agencies under section 163.356 or 163.357 of the Florida statutes, and officers of independent special tax districts elected on a 1 acre, 1 vote basis are not prohibited from voting in that capacity. And according to section 112.3143 of the Florida statutes, defines a principal as principal by whom retained means an individual or entity other than an agency as defined in section 112.312 subsection 2, that for compensation, salary, pay, consideration, or similar thing of value has permitted or directed another to act for the individual or entity, and includes but is not limited to one's client, employer, or the parent, subsidiary, or sibling organization of one's client or employer. And so there are just many concerns, many questions to which, as a council, we have a duty to have those answers before we confirm the appointment of these individuals. And I move to table this item until we obtain an advisory opinion from the Miami-Dade County Ethics Commission.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Pacheco. But I think first of all, I don't think there's nothing to table because the item was approved. But just a couple points on that, and it's a good thing that the couple points that you brought up that were very valid.
Excuse me, before we continue, I want to provide a copy of this to everyone here. And this is for the criminal case against one of them in which they admitted to defrauding the government out of $4 million.
Perfect. So as you pass that, so I will ask for legal to chime in on a couple of the things that were said, but you know, when we look at the construct of this board, right? You look at the diversity of the board, right? And so when you decide to develop something like an affordable housing or workforce housing program, right? Something that obviously I don't think anyone on this council is equipped to do. So you need a good mixture of not just the private sector, but also government officials. And so if you look at the board, right, you have housing directors, you have zoning directors, right? You have different individuals that provide a lot of value into this community. And at the end of the day, you need the private sector in order to develop any type of affordable or workforce housing. Because back in the 90s, the federal government stopped funding any type of public housing, right? So if we want anything to work, it requires a partnership, right? A collaboration with the private sector. So that's on that point. Now, you know, with the background checks, I mean, all this is it sounds very something that we should look into, obviously. But if we talk about background checks, and I you know, obviously there's multiple reasons why you looked into this, but when we talk about background checks, then I don't know, should we start doing background checks on other boards, on planning and zoning board, maybe this council? So those are all points that we have to make. And obviously, you know, I'm not 100% sure on the motive behind all this, but I'd like legal to chime in on some of the things that Councilwoman Pacheco made.
Well, I in brief, you know, I'll just say this. This is an advisory task force, and the way that we prepared it is just like a lot of these other advisory task force. They make recommendations to the council and the administration that the council and the administration can accept, reject, or otherwise. They're not a jurisdictional board. Essentially, in terms of the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics, of course, any individual can request an opinion from the Commission on Ethics, but only the council could only do it through a majority if it's actually the council that wants it. You know, they have opined to a city attorney in another city that the Miami 21 ad hoc task force was not considered a county board or committee because they were not in effect for a period of longer than a year. Similarly, in ethics opinion, and that was an ethics opinion that was issued inquiry 20-75. In ethics inquiry 11-63, they advised the town of Surfside that there were no ethics codes prohibitions on the hiring of an ad hoc committee because the committee was due to sunset in 6 months. In inquiry 17-292, the Ethics Commission advised the county staff that financial disclosure provisions in the ethics code would only apply to the Miami-Dade Economic Advocacy Trust boards that operate a year or longer. In inquiry 1801, the Ethics Commission considered whether a voting conflict or financial interest restriction applied to the mayor's urban expansion task force. The board primarily tasked with making recommendations. However, they were going to sunset after 7 months. Therefore, the board staff coordinator was advised that the ethics code voting conflict and financial restrictions did not apply to its member. Suffice it to say, I think you get the idea from the various ethics. So this task force sunsets after it issues a report to the administration or the council, or 1 year, whichever occurs first. And it is under that understanding of these various ethics opinions that it was written. That way for this one and that way for the other one that was considered earlier, both written with the same time frame. With that in mind, as to, you know, whatever the council wants to do about other concerns and policies and background checks, that's, you know, beyond my province. But I'm just saying, as a matter of law, under the ethics code, this is our understanding. This task force, as it concluded here, bottom line is, because the Miami 21 ad hoc task force was intended to be in existence for approximately 6 months and its members are not advisory board members defined by section 211-1B4 of the County Ethics Code. Therefore, the task force members are not subject to the voting conflict of interest, ethics restrictions contained in 211.1V of the County Ethics Code, or financial interest restrictions contained in 211N of the County Ethics Code. So again, it was under that understanding, not really trying to avoid things, but simply trying to make this simple and more straightforward, and not, you know, with the full panoply of what a whole city board gets into in their votes, that we have these task forces. And
So just to, I mean, just to simplify what you just said, right? Because what was communicated now seemed like a web of corruption and horrible things. Right. So was there anything wrong with the way that this task force was developed?
The way the
you know, the process, the reso, the construct of the individuals. Are we? I mean, I just want to make sure that we didn't do anything wrong here.
You know, the law department didn't do any kind of investigatory inquiry or anything about the members, but, you know, it is common to have a mixture of people who are in the public sector and in the private sector, in the trades, that are involved in a task force. And all I can tell you is that the task forces that are of a year or less duration are not subject to the heightened, you know, disclosure and ethics requirements, just simply because there's been various opinions to that effect.
Right.
So, and task forces being not standing bodies, but by nature being for an interim period, that's why they were created that way. So to my knowledge, information, and belief, there was nothing wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. You know.
So what I like to do, and mayor and council, what I like to do is we'll hold on the first meeting, right? Because I had in mind maybe having the first meeting at some point next year, or early next year, whatever the case is. So we'll hold on that meeting, and I'd like to. You submitted this for the record, right?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to obviously during this time, I'd like to review some of these folks that you've researched and submitted publicly to on the record, and we'll do our due diligence on that end. But also, you know, if we are going to go down that route, which obviously makes a lot of sense, I think we should then maybe explore at doing background checks. So in general, right? Let's do it. Let's do it for committees and for boards. Let's do it for the council. I mean, because we can't talk out of both sides of our mouth here, right? So if we want to be righteous and we want to do the right, then let's always do it, right? This is key. This is key. And again, I'm going to put our first meeting on the task force on hold, and we'll do some due diligence and some research on the names that you've researched and submitted to the council.
Well, through the chair, I would like to make a comment. And one thing that's interesting, I agree that there should be a very thorough background check on every person. I mean, it's important to know what kind of people we have serving our city. But what really gets my attention is that this is a person that will be serving on a task force for affordable housing, and the theft of $4 million was in an affordable housing program. So how much can we trust this person's opinion?
That's a valid point.
And all I'm asking, and this is not, I think we need to put our duty to serve our constituents above any personal interests, above our opinions. There is nothing wrong, and I think it's very reasonable. I believe that most council members would agree that the right thing to do, you know, I know the attorney, he read from an advisory opinion related to another another situation, another case, but why don't we request one specifically for us and then after that, move forward with the task force?
Yeah.
So
yeah, no,
I motion to request an advisory opinion from the Miami-Dade County Ethics Commission and contingent on there being no conflict of interest moving forward with these members.
Can I
Yeah,
just,
go ahead, yeah.
before you entertain the motion or somebody seconds it, the genesis of this task force, advisory task force, is we as a council, and more importantly, you all in your role in planning and zoning, want to be advised on best practices and approaches in the future, as far as, you know, what the menu of housing options are gonna look like 15 and 20 years from now. You know, we do not have land, so we per se are not building anything. So we're at the mercy of dealing with developers that do this for a living. And what I would question, okay, is, are any of these entities right now barred from doing any business? Are any of these entities, you know, paying a fine currently? Because there's one thing, paper holds everything. And I don't know Pinnacle. I do know one of these guys. I think it's well, I don't know if I know any of them, to be honest with you. Maybe Michael Wool. I do know Michael Wool. If in the world of doing business, these folks, I guess, could go back and forth as far as you know, admitting to something just to get it passed. I don't know. I don't know the details, but I do know you still have a need of folks that understand this world, so that when you are making decisions in the future and perhaps trying to get a developer who asks for a concession to give you more units for low income and what have you, I think you'd be better served in understanding how these financial mechanisms work. Because unless you live in it and you're working in it on a daily basis, and this is what you do to bring, you know, food to your table, this stuff gets extremely complicated very, very quickly. So I just, you know, obviously you should be cautious and do your due diligence, but you know, the folks that do this stuff for a living are better served at advising you, so that you guys can meet the challenges and goals I think you're setting out for yourselves.
So and Mayor, and just to reiterate, I mean, you know, probably if not 100% of these folks, the majority of these folks have participated in boards, similar boards in Miami-Dade County, the city of Miami. And it's funny, you mentioned someone here, Councilwoman Pacheco, Pinnacle, and Mr. Wool. I mean, Mr. Wool is a professor in the University of Miami that teaches affordable housing, and he leads in the affordable housing industry, right? So again, we'll like I mentioned earlier, I'm going to hold off from having any meeting, any task force meeting, and we will do our due diligence on this. But I think it's also important, you know, if we're going to go down this route, to also explore other boards and this council for background checks. So we'll do that.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just a couple things. This might be a dumb question, but like, have we actually sat down and thought about, like, do we even need the task force in any event? You know, something the mayor said, you know, 10, 15 minutes ago, right? Like the city council, we already have these powers. Like we can already set the policy on affordable housing. We don't need a report. You know, it's like we have all these redundant, like we're making bigger government. Like many of us are small government kinds of folks. So I just don't understand how you can reconcile not needing boards, but then needing boards when it's a different context. Like we're not experts in affordable housing, and I get that. We're not experts in immigration. We can move past that. But I guess, like, do we even need it? That's essentially my question. Secondarily to that, I think it would be prudent. I don't understand why there would be hesitation to get some sort of formal opinion basically saying like, all right, well, are these people conflicted? These are certainly, some of these folks are people that appear before us in some sort of lobbying capacity. They have projects ongoing in the city. Certainly, like the same way that we are sort of prohibited from voting on a matter that we have a conflict. Do these folks, by virtue of their business with the city, do they have an inherent conflict that they shouldn't be advising policy? I don't know. I think it would be interesting to know the answer to that question. I do think, and I agree with you, Councilmember Tindador, that we do need experts that are business folks in this space. I think that is critical. And so I applaud you on that factor. I do think that, it's all a balance, right? We also need the community activists, and we need like stakeholders that maybe they're pushing for different policies. And that's where you really get that beautiful, melting pot of ideas. If we are going to keep it, and it seems like we are, then, I would like to see some sort of council involvement. Obviously I think you're more than capable of doing it in the chairman capacity, but I would like to see, the other council members, myself included, to have some sort of say in any kind of policy moving forward, if we're going to have this committee at all. But for all that being said, I would like to second the motion for having the advisory opinion. I think that's a prudent step. It doesn't cost us anything. Might as well just get it done.
Oh, and I'm through the chair. I just want to make one last comment. I mean, I want to every council member here, to really take into consideration what has been brought forth. To keep in mind that we all have a duty to serve responsibly our constituents, that they're trusting us, they're relying on us to do the right thing. And by voting in favor of postponing this task force until we obtain an advisory opinion from Miami-Dade County Ethics Commission, that would be doing the right thing. At the end of the day, each one of you guys will be held responsible for the decision you make, and it has to be your own. So if you move forward with confirming members that are inappropriate, that have in the past proven to have betrayed the trust of the citizens, the trust of the government, then that is something that will be held over every person's head that voted in favor of that. And keep that in mind when you make your decision.
Yeah, so there's there is a need, and Councilman Calvo, there's been precedents, right? So we've seen what it's done in the county, and we've seen what that task force has done in other municipalities. So what I can tell you is it's a little odd that and again, I've already said what I was going to do, right? We're going to go ahead and look into this, but I'm surprised that you voted for it in the first place.
I voted for it because I didn't realize that 20 minutes before the meeting started, all of those names were added. Only after the meeting concluded was that I saw the names, because they weren't read out loud. We were not provided with resumes, biographies. I had to do my own research on who they were, and I was alarmed. I felt extremely bad. I'm like, how could I have voted in favor of this without knowing? Because it was the 96-hour rule wasn't followed. It was just thrown in there. I was on my way to the meeting. I wouldn't have been able to check my email. And like I said, if you're confident that this was done right and that these members are appropriate, there should be no problem with waiting for an advisory opinion. I think that would, and it would kind of protect us.
And we could do that. We should have done that from the beginning, and we should do that with every other board, how I mentioned. But Mr.
Well, that has to be a request of the council. And look, all I want to say, and I don't want to speak too much, and I certainly do not want to engage in discourse or debate with any of the esteemed council members, but I just want you to realize the ethics commission is, and with all due respect, they are there. They will, does the county ethics code apply, and is there a violation? They are not a criminal investigatory body. They are not a federal law enforcement agency, and they are not we are disgruntled with an opinion we received on a local matter and we want your opinion. That's not their role either. They have a narrowly tailored thing that they do. That's by charter, okay? So that's the prerogative of the council.
And that's fine. And,
You know,
I'm in,
so-
I'm in agreement with that. We'll go ahead and we can go ahead and do that. I do agree with that. But once we get the findings, I'd like to have a presentation here in the dais. And then something else that I might want to present as well. So, so I'm good with that motion and the second. Go ahead, call the roll.
And that
I'm sorry,
motion in
can
the
you
second,
repeat
just for
it?
clarification, right?
The
I
motion was
wanna-
to table until we receive an opinion from the county.
There's
So
no
you
item
do
to
want to
table.
request.
From the
an
county or
opinion.
from the ethics?
From the
Jose?
ethics, right, it's the ethics.
Yeah,
So
okay.
It would be the ethics.
There's no
I think it's
motion
both.
to, there's no item to table. So is the motion,
Yeah,
what,
there's
what,
It's a
The
motion
item was
to
already
reconsider.
approved. So
Right,
that's why I'm a
that's
little bit
already-
confused.
so-
I don't know where this,
All
well,
right, perhaps, yes. So if the council president wants to entertain this, perhaps really what the motion is that you would like a opinion requested from the Ethics Commission about whether there's any ethical violation or concern regarding these members? Is that, is that?
Yes, that we hold off with commencing with the task force until we,
That's internal. The county doesn't care about that. Like the fact
Yes.
that would just be something.
yes,
the city can do,
internal,
but they're right.
yes.
That's internal, but the issue is what you want to ask the county ethics commission. That's the only issue.
I want to ask them if these members, if they would constitute a conflict of interest.
Okay.
And just to chime in here, for it to be internal enforceable, it would have to be reconsidered and tabled.
Right. And because they're not, the
Yes.
county ethics commission is not going to get into when
Right.
is the Hialeah, going to convene
Yeah.
this or do, they're just not going to deal with that. I don't think.
Yes,
That's,
So
so
it should be
it's-
something like motion to reconsider to table the item and also ask for the ethics opinion.
right. Well, that's like presuming that there's a violation. of
Like,
the
it's like
item,
we're
right?
going back
Right.
in
yeah,
time
that's like
to last meeting, and instead of approving it, we're saying, hey, we're tabling it until we get this opinion. Essentially.
the item's not.
That
on the agenda.
wasn't her, look, I asked, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth. I asked, the member wants, and I believe she wants to request an opinion from
yes.
the ethics commission. That's what she said. About whether there's a conflict of interest under the county ethics code.
Through the chair, what I probably, I'm new, so please, forgive me, I'm still learning. My motion, I guess, should be to reconsider and, contingent on the findings on the advisory opinion from the Miami-Dade County Ethics Commission. Would that be an appropriate motion?
So, yeah, so I'm not gonna entertain that, and I'm not gonna support that. What we're gonna do is, what I suggest that we do is, I'm gonna hold off on the meeting. We're not gonna, I don't want a motion to reconsider and then table and do a meeting. So what we're gonna do is, I'm gonna motion, or we're gonna have someone motion and ask for the opinion from Miami-Dade County, whatever opinion it is that you wanna ask, we're gonna ask that, and I'm gonna hold off from starting the meeting until we get that opinion. And then once we get that opinion, obviously, if it goes the way that you plan, then obviously there's more leverage for you, and then we could reconsider open the resolution at that time.
Basically, that's reconsidering. I motion to reconsider on contingent on the advisory opinion from Miami-Dade County Ethics.
And can someone motion then, just for the for the
I'll
opinion?
second her
Just for
motion.
the opinion on the ethics.
I second Angelica's motion.
So we'll take up her motion first, and then if it fails, then we'll take up Jackie Garcia Rose. Do we have a second for the vice president?
I have a second.
All right, so second from Vice President
So we're calling Ms.
Perez.
Pacheco's motion. I had a motion by Ms. Pacheco and a second by Mr. Cobble, just to clear. This is to reconsider the Affordable Housing Task Force that was approved last meeting, November 14,
Yes.
2023.
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Zogby,
No.
Mr. Cobble,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Rovis.
No.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez. No. Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes. No, sorry.
Mr. Tundidor,
No.
motion fails at the pleasure of the council.
All right, so let's take up the next motion.
So the next motion is motion to obtain an advisory opinion from the Ethics Commission on ethical violations on the members if the members have conflict of interest in the Affordable Housing Task Force.
And can you include in there that there's not gonna be a meeting, like the chairman said?
No meeting
Until we receive the,
Until we receive the advisory opinion.
Yeah.
opinion. Okay. And I had a motion by Ms. Garcia Robles and I had a second by Ms. Perez. Mr. Calvo,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor,
yes.
Mr. Zogby.
Yes.
Motion carries. The motion for the advisory opinion from the Ethics Commission has passed.
All righty. Any other new business?
Just want to throw in there, we should probably also get an opinion from the city, because obviously Hialeah has its own ethics guidelines that in some cases may be above and beyond what the county requires. So maybe we should also look into ours, make sure we're not violating our stuff.
Through the chair,
Yes.
wouldn't that have already happened? Creating the task force through our legal department?
You'd be surprised.
Wouldn't that be something that they would have already put together?
The task force, you know, the law department, if something is brought up to the law department or to any other official, it's investigated. But, you know, the law department does not run background checks for people who are going to be serving on city task forces. That's not our function. We're not a police agency. We're not an investigatory agency, okay?
Yeah.
So that's not something we do. So if an ethic issue would be brought up, of course, it would be researched and analyzed and investigated. We're currently unaware of one. Okay? To respond to your question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the question would be, and I can email it to you tomorrow, but essentially, you know, if a member is actively lobbying or engaging in business with the city in the space of housing, affordable housing, et cetera, it's a violation of Hialeah ethical codes to be a member participant of this advisory task force. That would be the question.
Right. We would respectfully ask you to put that in an email
Yeah,
because we're
I'm
not
happy to
going to
do it.
presume facts. We're not going to you know, in any request for legal opinion, we need the facts. We need what is known in order to look into it. It can't be a theory if someone is perhaps doing, you know, who is doing what and what are they, you know, what are they current? We need the facts in order to respond.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll be happy to. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other new business? No? All right. Thank you all. Moving to land use.
Well, wait, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, excuse me. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
New Year,
Happy
yes.
Hanukkah. God bless all you guys. Don't eat too much over the holidays. See you guys back in 2024.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Bye.
Yes.
Lo bien.
Yes,
No, no,
land
no.
use.
Will all those persons who will be testifying on an item, please stand and raise your right hand.
And double check that.
Las personas que quisieran prestar sus opiniones delante de
Quiet,
esta
please.
junta, por favor, póngase de pie y alza la mano derecha. Do you swear or affirm?
Second. Go ahead.
Do you swear and affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Truth, so help you God, if so say I do. Usted jura o afirma que el testimonio que va a dar será la verdad, toda la verdad y únicamente la verdad, y que Dios sea su testigo. Por favor, diga que sí si la respuesta es afirmativa. Let the record reflect that all have responded in the affirmative.
En el archivo público constará que todos han respondido afirmativamente.
All right, LU1.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from low-density residential to transit-oriented development district. Property located at 980 East 27th Street, Hialeah, zoned R1, one family district, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this item is in second reading. Do we have any public comments in the chamber?
If
Okay.
not, motion.
Perfect. Do we have any online by
Second.
any chance?
And nothing online, sir.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by
Second.
Councilman Zogby and second by the Vice President.
Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
No, because this deviates from the comprehensive plan for transit-oriented development.
Ms. Perez? Is away. Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
Perfect. Thank you. LU2,
Thank you.
please.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from medium density residential to high density residential. Property located at 1050 and 1070 Southeast 9 Court, Hialeah zoned R3, 1 Family District, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
All right, this item is in second reading as well. Do we have any public comments in the chamber or online?
None online, sir.
All right, do we have any council discussion?
Motion.
We have a motion to approve
Second.
by Vice President and a second by Councilman Zogby.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez is away. Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, LU3.
First reading of proposed ordinance amending the future land use map from commercial to office and professional services district. Property located at 383 West 35th Street, Hialeah zoned R2, 1 and 2 Family Residential District, legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
So we've already taken this item before. This is in second reading. Do we have any public comments in the chamber or online? This is the first read. Which one is this? PZ1?
LU3.
Oh, I'm still not LU3, sorry. Oh,
I motion in advance.
And I'll second.
all right. So we have. Okay, no worries. Thank you.
Ma'am, you
Thank
can,
you,
you
Millie.
cannot speak from the audience
Thank you,
to
Millie.
the council.
Okay, thank you, Millie. So again, first reading, we don't have, Millie,
Well-
please. Violates rules. All right, so we have first reading, no council discussion. We have a motion to approve by Councilman Zogby and a second by the Vice President. Please call the roll.
Ms. Perez? Yes. Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo? Is away. Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes. Mhm.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 9, 2024.
All right, moving to planning and zoning, PZ1.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1, 1 Family District to Transit Oriented Development District. Property located at 980 East 27th Street, Hialeah zoned R1, 1 Family District, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, so this item is on second reading. Do we have any council discussion? Do we have any public comments online in the chamber?
Through the chair.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I reviewed the comprehensive plan for transit-oriented development, and it did not mention, that entire neighborhoods would be wiped out, that single-family homes would be demolished and replaced with high density. So I believe one thing is what was presented to the city, to the residents, to the constituents, and it's another thing what's being done. And for the record, I'm against what's happening. Most of Hialeah residents are against it. They have been very open, very vocal about it. And because of that, I am voting no.
Okay, so.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion
And a
approved by
second.
the Vice President, a second by Councilman Zogby. Call the roll.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Calvo is still away. Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
No.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, PZ2.
Second reading and public hearing of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinance Section 98-1630.8, granting a variance permit to allow 17% of the units with an area of 692 square feet, where 850 square feet is the minimum required, and only 10% of the units may have an area of 600 square feet, and a variance to waive the building mass and building frontage development standards, all in contrast to the Hialeah Code of Ordinance sections 98-1630.2 and 98-1630.3 subsection C and subsection D. Property located at 1116 Palm Avenue, Hialeah Zone C2, Liberal Retail Commercial District. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, this item is on second reading. Do we have any public comments in the chamber online? Do we have any council discussion?
Motion.
We have a motion to approve by Vice President and second by Luis Rodriguez, Councilman Luis Rodriguez.
Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Cabo?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved.
All right, PZ three.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R1, one family district to C1 restricted retail commercial district. Property located at folio number 04-3106-009-0040, adjacent to 4290 East Fourth Avenue, Hialeah zoned R1, one family district legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, this is on first reading, so no public comments. Do we have any council discussion?
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
Deborah, please, just a question on this. Thank you, sir. Is this, I'm sorry, go ahead, identify yourself. Thank you. Is this just a formality, this little strip of land? It's already being used for commercial use.
It's
so we're
already
just-
being used for commercial use.
Okay.
It has commercial land use. So
Yeah.
what we're doing is rezoning the property to have a designation that is consistent with the use and with the
But
land.
nothing's gonna change on it for now. He hasn't.
It will change for the good because they are
Yeah.
doing this because they want to build there some kind of storage
Yeah.
to remove all the things that they have there, portals and things
Okay.
that shouldn't be there. So it's a cleanup, it's a benefit for
Okay.
the city. to
In
have.
advance,
Yes.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I motioned to.
Motion to approve by Councilman Zogby. Yes.
Second.
Second by the Vice President. Oh,
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Mr. Cabo?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Dundidor?
yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 9th, 2024.
Okay, PZ four.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from R2, 1 and 2 family residential district to office and professional services district. Property located at 383 West 35th Street, Hialeah zoned R2, 1 and 2 family residential district legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, since first reading, no public comments. Do we have any council discussion?
I say motion.
Motion to approve by Councilman Zogby.
Second.
We have a second by the Vice President. Call roll.
Mr. Cabo? Mr. Cabo?
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Rovez?
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco?
Yes.
Ms. Perez?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez? Mr. Dundidor?
Yes.
Mr. Zogby?
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 9th, 2024.
PZ five.
First reading of proposed ordinance rezoning property from M1 Industrial District to C1 Restricted Retail Commercial District for the use of a new cafeteria and granting a variance permit to allow an existing 5-foot rear setback where 15 feet is the minimum required, and allow the existing landscape buffer between the off-street parking and the right-of-way of 2.5 feet where 7 feet is required, in contrast to the Hialeah Code of Ordinance Section 98-1117 and the City of Hialeah Landscape Manual updated December 2022. Property located at 4185 East 10 Court, Hialeah zoned M1 Industrial District. legally described herein, repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. De La Paz, just a quick question. I know this is on first reading, so no public comments yet, but I had a question for you. Are you okay with the conditions? Are you aware of what they are?
Yes, we are.
And name and address, please.
My name is Frank De La Paz, 11,000 Southwest 104th Street. And before we continue, I would like to withdraw the items and back to planning and zoning, if you don't mind, because we left out. I admit it, I made a mistake. This is a rezoning with variances, and there is a very important variance that I forgot to include on the application.
Okay. Perfect.
On the application. So if I let it to continue, I will have to refile another application
Yeah.
for the other variances. So I'd rather have it go back to planning and zoning, re-advertise at my cost, and come back.
Thank you, Frank.
Please, yeah,
Deborah, please, can you come to
please
the-
come up to the mic.
Deborah Storch, Planning and Zoning Director. Can I ask what is a setback variance?
No, it's not a setback variance. It's when we developed this property, as it is built, it was built specifically as a restaurant. The setbacks and the parking and everything that you mentioned was done with permits. The setbacks were to the industrial, the parking, we did the parking as commercial for the intent that eventually get to here. But we have to ask for the variance because if not, we will not be able to have a working restaurant with beer and wine. Because we're not asking for the size of the establishment itself and the amount of tables, which are the requirement. It was my oversight.
For the beer and wine, yeah.
In order to have beer and wine. I mean, we built this a brand new structure to function as a restaurant, fully commercial. It's a matter of fact, and I don't want to pay you that go beyond this, but we purchased recently the property next door and demolished it in order to have more storage and more parking. But unless I withdraw, I cannot add those variances at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, at least it's my point. Even if everybody would love it, I cannot add the variances for the amount of,
Okay.
we're short a little bit on the square footage.
Yeah.
And on the tables, we are short, so.
If I may, Alex Magriso, Assistant City Attorney. What Frank is describing would be a variant from the alcohol and beverage section of the code. It wouldn't be a zoning variance. So he wouldn't be coming back to the planning and zoning to request a variance for a chapter of the or a section in the zoning code. It would be in chapter 18, I believe, or chapter 6.
So does he have to?
Have to apply anyway for another variance on the?
Let's go forward with this, that is what you need from zoning, and let me look at everything, because there's another provision in the code that if the kitchen is larger, and if you have some outdoor tables, we can make that work, so.
Deborah,
let's go for-
would you prefer then table it? Would you feel more comfortable if we table it?
No, because if he needs a variance for the size, it's not in chapter 98, that is the zoning chapter. It's on another chapter and doesn't go through.
So
That's why.
if I understand what Deborah Storch and Alex Magriso are saying, you're saying the applicant requires an alcoholic beverage waiver or variance that is not under the planning and zoning board, and it would be a separate process and it wouldn't be affected by this.
Yes, sir. Any amendment to his application would make no amendment to the zoning procedure.
Okay, so
This would not go back to zoning for any amendment.
So it's a separate matter.
Correct. He can move forward with
So
the
then,
application as
yes.
is.
Then I have no problem moving forward. I just
Understood.
want to make.
Yeah.
sure.
Yes.
No, that's why I was.
Thank you, everybody, for that being clarified, sir.
Yeah.
They're not, it's an apple and an orange, so
Okay.
the council will move
I
forward.
mean, we first made a mistake when we built the facilities as a full service restaurant, and then we could not have beer. So
Got
we
it.
don't want to continue the same mistake, and I realized that on the last minute.
Got it. Frank, do we have a motion?
Motion.
Any questions? I'll be glad to
We
answer.
have a motion by the Vice President. We have a second. Second by Councilman Zogby.
Ms. Garcia Robles,
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell.
Yes.
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 9, 2024.
Okay.
Thank you.
PZ6.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a variance permit to replat the property into two substandard lots, with each lot having a frontage of approximately 37.5 feet and a total area of approximately 4,275 square feet, where the frontage of 75 feet and a total area of 7,500 square feet are required. Allow no interior north side setback for the southern lot, where 7.5 feet is the minimum required. Allow no interior south side setback for the northern lot, where 7.5 feet is the minimum required. Allow a rear setback of 15 feet for both lots, where 25 feet is the minimum required. And allow a lot coverage of 36% for each lot, where 30% is the maximum allowed. Property located at 2450 West Fifth Avenue, Hialeah, zoned R2, 1 and 2 Family Residential District. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
All right, Manny, this is first reading. I just had a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I don't, this is in Seminola?
Yes, sir.
Any concerns from the residents there?
No, sir.
None at all?
No.
Okay, all right. Do we have any council discussion?
No, I'm good with it. Motion.
All right, motion to approve. Councilman
Second.
Zogby?
Yes, sir.
Motion approved by Councilman Zogby, second by the Vice President.
Ms. Pacheco,
Yes.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Tundidor,
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Caldwell,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia
Thank you,
Robles.
Ann.
Yes.
And
Motion
Merry
carries.
Christmas to everybody.
Motion carries. The
Thank
item
you,
is
Manny.
approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 9, 2024.
All
Manny
right.
wants to get out of here.
PZ7.
First reading of proposed ordinance granting a special use permit pursuant to Hialeah Code of Ordinance, Section 98-161, to allow the expansion of the neighborhood business district overlay, granting a variance permit to allow the expansion on a property that is not within the activity node and that has an area of 6,450 square feet and a street frontage of 129 feet, where the neighborhood business district overlay regulations may extend to properties that are within activity node areas situated on the sites with a minimum area of 20,000 square feet and a minimum street frontage of 200 feet. Allow single use as a 3-story, 10-unit multi-family residential development where mixed use is required. Allow all units to have an area of 592 square feet, where 850 square feet is the minimum required for each residential unit, and only 10% of the units may have a minimum of 600 square feet. Allow 7.5-foot front setback where 15 feet are required. Allow 13 parking spaces where 23 parking spaces are required. Allow a density increase from 32 units per acre to 70 units per acre without providing the incentives to increase density, and allow to waive the building mass frontage development standards, in contrast to Hialeah Code of Ordinance Sections 98-1629, 98-1630.2, 98-1630.3 subsection E2, and 98-2189 subsection 16A. Property located at 93 West 28th Street, Hialeah, zones R3 multiple family district, legally described herein. Repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing penalties for violation hereof, providing for a severability clause, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, this item's on first reading, no public comments. Do we have any council discussion? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. I see the planner's recommendation is denial. I would like to know more about that.
Well, I'm sure you have my planner's report. It's a 3-page report, but
Sorry,
today-
please repeat your name and
Yes,
title for the
Deborah
record.
Storch, Planning and Zoning Director, but I made another summary today, so you better understand and clarify. The precedent, this is a lot that is 50 feet by 129 feet. It's like a substandard lot, even for a single family residential home, because our code calls for 75 by 100. The present on developments on these lots of this size, we granted one in 2018 with 4 units and 9 parking spaces. We granted another one in 2022 with 4 units and 8 parking spaces. And then we granted one at 65 West 7th Street in a lot that is a little bit bigger than this one, 50 feet by 135 feet. It's 7 units and 8 parking spaces. And this is because this was replacing an old apartment building. So to give them an incentive to redevelop that. So the most we have given is 7 units. And this proposal is calling for 10 units in a lot that is 50 feet by 129 feet. I went home by home on the north side of West 28th Street, and 44% of the units have 44% of the properties are developed with 8 or 10 unit buildings, but granted in 1963 and 1971. 56% of the units have 2 to 4 unit buildings. And on the south side of the street, that same street, 80% of the properties have 4 unit buildings and 20% of the properties have 2 unit buildings. So my recommendation is denial because I don't think we should repeat past mistakes. Also, this is an area that is prone to flooding. There is a big problem there with the level of the street. So I consulted with the streets department. He told me that this proposed parking on the first floor will get flooded for sure. And then my recommendation is if you want to give this person, this was originally a single family home with a garage that was illegally converted into 2 units. So now they have 2 units. They complain that it gets flooded. Of course, they get flooded for this problem of the elevation, and also because all the units that were built exceeding the density limitations. This was before the growth management law, so there was no limitation on the land use density. So my recommendation is, as it is, denial. If they change the land use to high density residential and rezone to R34, that will be more consistent with the area because this is not NBD. They can build 4 units with 8 parking spaces and they don't need any variance. And if you want to give them some incentive, they can build NBD at 40 units per acre, and instead of 4 units, build 5 units and 10 parking spaces. But in this case, I would suggest that you ask for some units that are affordable at an AMI of 50%, for example, because when they were explaining the item at the Planning and Zoning Board, they first said they were providing affordable housing, but then they corrected themselves because I asked at which AMI, and they said, well, it's affordable because it's small units. It's not that it's affordable because we're going to have a low rent. So if you want to grant more units, let's at least get what we need, that is affordable units. So that's my.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Through the chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. Caesar, can you just recap just hard facts? We're doing 10 units here. Is that accurate?
I'd like to give you a little bit of a background
Yeah,
on
go
this
ahead.
one, if you guys don't mind. I've been dealing with this now since early 2021, trying to get this project done. It was vetted. There were several meetings with the prior administration, zoning department, the client, running different scenarios. And finally, there was one that was approved that was 14 units on the same lot. That was supposed to go to public hearing November of 2021, when there was a change of administration. It never made it. They said it wasn't able to do it. Later on, it was informed to us that the 14 units weren't going to satisfy a staff, that we needed to change it. My client
had an architect who's very experienced, does a lot of work in Coral Gables, other areas of the county. It was suggested to us that his work wasn't good, that we should get a new architect. So we brought on Oscar Gonzalez, who's here today, to redesign the project. At that time, we said, what can we do? There's an email that I have in my presentation that says, if you go NBD and you have incentive points, we can do 10 units. So Oscar met with staff. It was redesigned to 10 units, 10 one-bedroom units. I'd like to show you the slides that we have. It's 93 West 28th Street. It's a corner lot. The next slide. It's the corner lot, northeast corner of 28th and 1. Interesting, as you can see, all of the lots are almost exactly the same size. Next slide. These are the land use. As you can see on the south side of 28th, there's high density residential. On the north side, there's medium density. Again, if you see the rectangles, the lots are almost exactly the same. Next slide. Let's go to the next one after that. This is the property that my client owns. My client's here today, Jesus Fredia, who's been a developer for a long time. This is the property. It's a single family house that has a accessory building, I guess I'll call it. The next slide will show you that this is, you can see this, the picture on the right. You see the single family house, and right next to it, you see a nice big 2-story building. Go to the next one. This is where you see the one on the left side is our property. Across the street, you see all 2-story large multi-family buildings. Next slide. This is on our block. These are the ones that follow the one that you just saw next to it. As you see, multifamily, multifamily, multifamily. Across the street on the corner, you see the trailer, you see multifamily. I ask you to remember that we have a shortage of housing in Hialeah. You guys have been discussing this for a long time. You've got people living in sheds, you got people living in boats, you got people living in efficiencies. What we're saying is this is an improvement to the neighborhood. It goes with the neighborhood, and it provides the essential housing that's needed. And it goes, like I said, it goes with the neighborhood. If you go out there, the only thing that looks weird, out of place, is this single little family house on the corner. The next slide, the next one. This is actually the proposal of the 10 units. The code in the MBD provides for parking to be the same for 1-bedroom units and 2-bedroom units. Here, we're going to have 13 parking spaces for 10 units, 10 1-bedroom units. Next is the plans. There will be provisions made for drainage in the parking lot so that we can help with the situation. The next slide. No, go back one. This is the area. As you can see in the corner is ours that says 2. Next to it, you have 4. Next to that, you have 10. Next to that, you have 8. Next to that, you have 8. Across to the west, you have 8, 8, 8, 8. And these are all the same size lots. We can't pretend that what was there, that's been there for a long time, isn't there. We can't redevelop this consistent with the area and pretend that the area has been developed differently than what it is.
Caesar, so real quick to say, just so I can interject, and I see where you're going. And when I first saw this, I I understood what the planner was stating. As far as the affordable housing, we're gonna probably have to do a background check on you to make sure that we can do affordable housing apparently. But what we've seen in that area, right, is all of the same, right? We've seen multifamily, we've seen 19 units, we've seen eight units, we've seen 10 units. And I'm real big, I think this council has been real big on precedents, right? And now if it was the other way around, where this is a single family home community, and then you wanted to put 10 units on there, I mean, I would be the first one, this council would be the first, to really stand up and voice concern about it.
You've done that before.
And we've done that before,
Absolutely.
right? And I want you to just talk a little bit about the provisions on drainage, where you want to profit for drainage. My thing is, there was flooding issues before, right? There are flooding issues today, right? And tomorrow you're going to see more flooding issues, right? I really do think maybe that's something that the city should look at. There's going to be areas, if this property wasn't being developed today, I mean, what would the city do for flooding, right? But hold on 1 second, Deborah. So can you talk a little bit about drainage?
I'll have Oscar Gonzalez, the
Please,
architect, come and
thank
talk
you.
about that.
Oscar Gonzalez, architect, 7901 West 25th Avenue, Hialeah, Florida. When we do these projects, we have to design for 100-year flood storm. So all these buildings have the parking underneath, which I've done a lot of them here in Hialeah. Believe me, they're not going to flood. They are protected. They have the drainage, the French drains. You try to slope everything to the inside, not to the outside. The lot itself will be regraded, the outside, the curbs, so that the flooding goes to the catch basins. But as far as, I mean, think about it. If you have an open lot where it's raining, it's going to get full of water. And that lot, every lot in Hialeah had the required new ones, have the required drainage for that lot. Otherwise, every lot would drain. I mean, every lot would flood. That's just the way it is. So you have to provide the drainage for the roof is drained to the French drains, and all that goes, and the water is retained within that site. You have to retain water on the site. It's not going to flood. No, we can't help with the street floods. That's a problem for the city, I think. But if you take your lot and you design it correctly, it's not going to flood. There's not enough rain to flood it, because it's all going to be taken up by the French drain based on a 100-year storm, not a 50-year or whatever, a 100-year storm. And that's what our civil engineers designed by. So the flood is not an issue. And plus, the building itself, the parking is down on the bottom, but the building itself is up 3 feet. It has to be, because of flood control. It has to be at 9 feet. So the streets are like 5.5. So the units themselves are 3 feet above the flood zone, where the streets are. And like I said, the parking lots, by theory, don't flood. I mean, if you do them correctly, they won't flood for water. Otherwise, every lot in Hialeah that's been redone, it has the same comment that Deborah says, they flood. They don't. They don't. What floods are the old parking lots, the old streets that don't have the drainage, that don't have the French drains, that haven't been redone. And these are the lots that flood, because they just don't have the drainage designed. Even if they have landscape there, they still flood, because there's no drainage required or provided for these 100-year storms. So that's the issue on the flooding.
Any other
Through the
council
chair.
discussion? Yes, sir.
I don't know. I think it's a pretty clear cut, something that we need to approve. Seems like it makes a lot of sense for the neighborhood. So I motion.
All right, we have a motion by
I
motion
second.
approved by Councilman Calvo and a second by Councilman Zogby. Call the roll.
Ms. Perez,
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez. Yes. Mr. Tundidor.
Yes.
Mr. Zogby,
Yes.
Mr. Cobble,
Yes.
Ms. Garcia Robles.
Yes.
Ms. Pacheco.
I trust the planner's judgment, so my vote is no.
All right,
Motion carries. The item is approved. Second reading and public hearing is scheduled for January 9, 2024.
perfect.
Sir, before we adjourn, can I record Councilmember Cobble's votes for the items that he was away? Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Cobble, can I have your vote for the consent agenda? Consent item P? Yes. LU three. And Councilwoman Perez, can I record your vote for the items that you were away? Item LU one,
Yes.
LU two?
Yes.
Okay, that is it. We adjourn?
All right, thank you. Yeah, meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good night.
Oh.